stepping from the shadows, find a place to breathe. Every story, every struggle, bring it, let it be. Welcome to 13 above. We're glad to see you here. Come as you are, feel the love God is drawing you near. Welcome to 13 above. You're not alone in your fear. Grace like a river from above. We're glad to see you here. He's been waiting for your heart. Every tear, every scar, you belong right here. Welcome to 13 above. We're glad to see you here. Come as you are, feel the love God is drawing you near. Welcome to 13 above. Lift your eyes, He is near. This is a home, this is love. We're glad to see you I am the voice that called the stars to light, the hands that shake the mountains high. I am Jehovah, ancient and true. My love is endless, my arms for you. Come to the water, leave your shame. I call you child, I know your name. I am Jehovah, the Father above, boundless in mercy, relentless in love. I sent my Son, the Lamb and the way, to bring you home, to wipe tears away. I raised the prophets, they spoke my word. Through fire and trial, their voices stirred. I sent the Messiah, the Son of Man, to carry the cross, fulfill my plan. Lift your eyes, see my grace unfold. My name is life, my promise gold. I am Jehovah, in love. I am Jehovah, the Father above. Boundless in mercy, relentless in love. I send my Son, the Lamb and the way, to bring you home, to wipe tears away.
All right, greetings, everybody. Hope everyone's doing well, and praise God for another day. Another great song by LJ. Awesome lyrics. So, let me get rid of this. Let me first grab the link to this and post it in the chat. So there's the link to the video that we just heard. If anybody wants to go to it and like it. And that would be appreciated. Now let me bring up what I was working on and just finished it. Fasting. So something that's really not talked much, hardly at all. Maybe not really even understanding what the point of fasting is. So we're going to read scripture and see what we can ascertain from reading it. I wrote this little intro here. I'll read it and then start reading the scripture. So biblical fasting is a voluntary desire to please the Father as well as denying one's self. There is one instance of a command of where fasting is required on the annual Day of Atonement, which should be accompanied with sincere and genuine repentance and remorse. True fasting is humility, denying oneself with discipline, done with prayer, and with the heart of seeking the Father's will. Fasting is not done for show, for acknowledgement, or fanfare, but in secret to the Father. Fasting is not a way to earn salvation, and it is not a ritual to be performed. Fasting should be done for the sake of denying oneself for certain needs of others and self. And let's look at what Scripture says. So I have it somewhat chronological, beginning in the Old Testament and working towards the end of the New Testament. Here in Leviticus, and this shall be a statute forever unto you, that in the 7th month, on the 10th day of the month, ye shall afflict your souls, and do not work at all, whether it be one of your own country or a stranger that sojourneth among you. Now, this phrase, I forgot to bolden your souls, afflict your souls, it's also meaning to fast. Now, for on that day shall the priest make an atonement for you to cleanse you, that you may be clean from all your sins before Jehovah. So before I continue, as I said, afflict your souls is another phrase, Hebrew phrase for fasting. You can look it up. And we have to understand, I'm not trying to make this more than what it is, but we have to understand too that this fasting was for a period of time. It was for the house of Israel of this time, because we can see the language. You're going to have a priest. The priest will make an atonement for you to cleanse you. You shall be clean from all your sins before Jehovah. And it shall be a Sabbath rest unto you. So this is directed to the nation of Israel. And you shall afflict your souls, again, fast by a statute forever. And the priest, whom he shall anoint and whom he shall consecrate to minister in the priest's office in the Father's stead, shall make the atonement and shall put on the linen clothes, even the holy garments. Now, of course, this is stuff that cannot be performed anymore. And we know that the priest, these Levitical priests, cannot make the atonement for us any longer. It's Jesus. Yeshua is the one that's making the atonement. So continue to keep that in mind. And he shall make an atonement for the holy sanctuary. There is no other physical sanctuary anymore. And he shall make an atonement for the tabernacle of the congregation and for the altar. And he shall make an atonement for the priests and for all the people of the congregation. So obviously this would have been applicable to the nation of Israel at that time. And this shall be an everlasting statute unto you, to make an atonement for the children of Israel for all their sins once a year. So this is a typology, because Jesus is the atonement for all people that come in to Israel, thus becoming the children of Israel. But it's sins that Jesus did the atonement once for all, not a continual sin offering that was taking place here. And he did as Jehovah commanded Moses. So going on to another passage here in Leviticus before I say, hey, Clayton, good to see you. Revered Wolf. Yeah, hope you're doing well. I'm doing well. Praise God. Glad to see you here. Blessings. Another passage here in Leviticus. And Jehovah spake unto Moses, saying, also on the 10th day of this 7th month, there shall be a day of atonement. It shall be an holy convocation unto you, and ye shall afflict your souls, fasting, and offer an offering made by fire unto Jehovah. So again, this is a certain tradition and ritual and rites of what they would do at that time. We don't do this anymore. And ye shall do no work in that same day, for it is a day of atonement, to make an atonement for you before Jehovah your God. For whatsoever soul it be that shall not be afflicted in that same day, he shall be cut off from among his people. So this was something that was required. Again, this particular fasting on the Day of Atonement, they were to do that. And whatsoever soul it be that doeth any work in that same day, the same soul will I destroy from among his people. So this was very serious. Ye shall do no manner of work. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations in all your dwellings. It shall be unto you a Sabbath of rest, and ye shall afflict your souls, again fasting, in the 9th day of the month at even. From evening unto evening shall ye celebrate your Sabbath. So that's that little passage about fasting in Leviticus. Now another one here in Numbers. And ye shall have on the 10th day of this 7th month an holy convocation, and ye shall afflict your souls, fasting. Ye shall not do any work therein, but ye shall offer a burnt offering unto Jehovah for a sweet savor, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, and 7 lambs of the first year. They shall be unto you without blemish. So again, this is something we don't do any longer. This was for them at that time. We're not going to go around and sacrifice a bullock, ram, and lambs, and so on. And their meat offering shall be of flour mingled with oil, 3/10 deals to a bullock, and 2/10 deals to one ram. A several tenth deal for one lamb throughout the 7 lambs. 1 kid of the goats for sin offering, beside the sin offering of atonement, and the continual burnt offering and the meat offering of it in their drink offerings. So that was that passage again for Numbers, and this particular passage. Now we're going to go into Zechariah. Before I do that, let me check the chat again. And anybody? Oh, LJ, yeah, great song. Appreciate it. You're welcome. It's an awesome song. All right, continuing here in Zechariah in this little passage. And it came to pass in the 4th year of King Darius that the word of Jehovah came unto Zechariah in the 4th day of the 9th month, even in Kislev, when they had sent unto the house of God Sherezer and Regemelech and their men to pray before Jehovah, and to speak unto the priests which were in the house of Jehovah of hosts, and to the prophets, saying, should I weep in the 5th month, separating myself, as I have done these so many years? Then came the word of Jehovah of hosts unto me, saying, speak unto all the people of the land and to the priests, saying, when ye fasted and mourned in the 5th and 7th month, even those 70 years, did ye at all fast unto me, even to me? And when ye did eat, and when ye did drink, did not ye eat for yourselves and drink for yourselves? Should ye not hear the words which Jehovah hath cried by the former prophets, when Jerusalem was inhabited and in prosperity, and the cities thereof round about her, when men inhabited the south and the plain? I meant to, I missed the title on that one. Let's see. And the word of the Lord of hosts of Jehovah came unto me, saying, thus saith Jehovah of hosts, the fast of the 4th month, and the fast of the 5th, and the fast of the 7th, and the fast of the 10th shall be to the house of Judah joy and gladness and cheerful feasts. Therefore love the truth and peace. Now this little passages will be under fasting of repentance. Therefore, also now, saith Jehovah, turn ye even to me with all your heart, and with fasting, and with weeping, and with mourning. Always something besides fasting. What's being done with fasting? There's something very serious about fasting. And rend your heart, see, and not your garments, and turn unto Jehovah your God, for he is gracious and merciful, slow to anger, and of great kindness, and repenteth him of the evil. Okay, let me check. Oh, my beautiful trophy wife's back. It was good to see her. Picked her up this morning at the airport. Been gone for 2 weeks. Good to see you, New Eyes. Blessings. So here's a passage in Jonah, which we actually had just read a few days ago. So the people of Nineveh believed God and proclaimed a fast and put on sackcloth, from the greatest of them even to the least of them. For word came unto the king of Nineveh, and he rose from his throne, and he laid his robe from him, and covered him with sackcloth, and sat in ashes. And he caused it to be proclaimed and published through Nineveh by the decree of the king and his nobles, saying, let neither man nor beast, herd nor flock taste anything. Let them not feed nor drink water. So here's an example of during their fast, not eating and not even having any water for a period of time. But let man and beast be covered with sackcloth, and cry mightily unto God. Yea, let them turn every one from his evil way and from the violence that is in their hands. Who can tell if God will turn and repent and turn away from his fierce anger, that we perish not? And God saw their works, that they turned from their evil way, and God repented of the evil that he had said that he would do unto them, and he did it not. So we can see God changes in certain things. God changed his mind from putting evil upon them, destroying them. Here's a passage in 1 Kings. And it came to pass when Ahab heard those words that he rent his clothes and put sackcloth upon his flesh and fasted and lay in sackcloth and went softly. And the word of Jehovah came to Elijah the Tishbite, saying, Seest thou how Ahab humbleth himself before me? Because he humbleth himself before me, I will not bring the evil in his days, but in his son's days will I bring the evil upon his house. Another 1 Samuel here. And Samuel said, Gather all Israel to Mizpah, and I will pray for you unto Jehovah. And they gathered together to Mizpah and drew water and poured it out before Jehovah and fasted on that day and said there, We have sinned against Jehovah. And Samuel judged the children of Israel in Mizpah. So they repented of their sins and they fasted. This tells how important fasting is in accordance with that they sinned and they repented to show true sincerity, remorse. It's just another example of fasting. Here in this passage of Daniel, in the first year of Darius, the son of Ahasuerus, of the seed of the Medes, which was made king over the realm of the Chaldeans. In the first year of his reign, I, Daniel, understood by books the number of the years, whereof the word of Jehovah came to Jeremiah the prophet, that he would accomplish 70 years in the desolations of Jerusalem. And I set my face unto Jehovah God to seek by prayer and supplications with fasting and sackcloth and ashes. And I prayed unto Jehovah my God and made my confession and said, O Lord, the great and dreadful God, keeping the covenant and mercy to them that love him and to them that keep his commandments. Keep his commandments. We have sinned and have committed iniquity and have done wickedly and have rebelled, even by departing from thy precepts and from thy judgments. Neither have we hearkened unto thy servants, the prophets, which spake in thy name to our kings, our princes, and our fathers, and to all the people of the land. There you have the type of fasting with repentance of sins. Here's a little example of fasting with mourning and grief. Then David took hold on his clothes and rent them, and likewise all the men that were with him. And they mourned and wept and fasted until evening for Saul and for Jonathan his son, and for the people of Jehovah and for the house of Israel, because they were fallen by the sword. So here's an episode of David and the people there mourned and wept and fasted for the death of Saul and his son. Here in 1 Samuel we have, and when the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead heard of that which the Philistines had done to Saul, all the valiant men arose and went all night and took the body of Saul and the bodies of his sons from the wall of Bethshan and came to Jabesh and burnt them there. And they took their bones and buried them under a tree at Jabesh and fasted 7 days. Kind of like a respect and honor fasting as well. Here in 2 Samuel. And David said unto Nathan, I have sinned against Jehovah. And Nathan said unto David, Jehovah also hath put away thy sin. Thou shalt not die. Howbeit, because by this deed thou hast given great occasion to the enemies of Jehovah to blaspheme, the child also that is born unto thee shall surely die. And Nathan departed unto his house, and Jehovah struck the child that Uriah's wife bare unto David, and it was very sick. David therefore besought God for the child, and David fasted and went in and lay all night upon the earth. And the elders of his house arose and went to him to raise him up from the earth, but he would not, neither did he eat bread with them. And it came to pass on the 7th day that the child died. And the servants of David feared to tell him that the child was dead, for they said, Behold, while the child was yet alive, we spake unto him, and he would not hearken unto our voice. How will he then vex himself if we tell him that the child is dead? But when David saw that his servants whispered, David perceived that the child was dead. Therefore David said unto his servants, Is the child dead? And they said, He is dead. Then David arose from the earth and washed and anointed himself and changed his apparel and came into the house of Jehovah and worshipped. Then he came to his own house, and when he required, they set bread before him, and he did eat. Then said his servants unto him, What thing is this that thou hast done? Thou didst fast and weep for the child while it was alive, but when the child was dead, thou didst rise and eat bread. And he said, While the child was yet alive, I fasted and wept, for I said, Who can tell whether God will be gracious to me, that the child may live? But now he is dead. Wherefore should I fast? Can I bring him back again? I shall go to him, but he shall not return to me. Boy, that's a pretty powerful passage. Let's see. Hope everyone's enjoying this thus far. Here in Nehemiah, the words of Nehemiah, the son of Hakaliah, and it came to pass in the month of Kislev in the 20th year, as I was in Shushan, the palace, that Hananiah, one of my brethren, came, he and certain men of Judah. And I asked them concerning the Jews that had escaped, which were left of the captivity, and concerning Jerusalem. And they said unto me, The remnant that are left of the captivity there in the province are in great affliction and reproach. The wall of Jerusalem also is broken down, and the gates thereof are burned with fire. And it came to pass, when I heard these words, that I sat down and wept and mourned certain days, and fasted and prayed before the God of heaven. And I said, I beseech thee, O Jehovah God of heaven, the great and terrible God, that keepeth covenant and mercy for them that love him and observe his commandments. Ezra. Then arose Ezra and made the chief priests, the Levites, and all Israel to swear they should do according to this word, and they swear. Then Ezra rose up from before the house of God and went into the chamber of Johanan, the son of Eliashib. And when he came thither, he did eat no bread, nor drink water, for he mourned because of the transgression of them that had been carried away. And they made proclamation throughout Judah and Jerusalem unto all the children of the captivity, that they should gather themselves together unto Jerusalem, and that whosoever would not come within 3 days, according to the counsel of the princes and the elders, all his substance should be forfeited, and himself separated from the congregation of those that had been carried away. Now we go to some other passages here with fasting under certain other types of things like seeking God's guidance, protection, and deliverance. Here in Exodus, and Jehovah said unto Moses, write thou these words, for after the tenor of these words I have made a covenant with thee and with Israel. And he was there with Jehovah 40 days and 40 nights. He did neither eat bread nor drink water. And he wrote upon the tablets the words of the covenant, the 10 commandments. That must have been a very, very powerful moment. Those 40 days, Moses up there, that's to me as a wow. And then we going to see Jesus later with his 40 days. Powerful. And the children of Israel came near against the children of Benjamin the second day. And Benjamin went forth against them out of Gibeah the second day, and destroyed down to the ground of the children of Israel, again 18,000 men. All these drew the sword. Then all the children of Israel and all the people went up and came unto the house of God, and wept, and sat there before Jehovah, and fasted that day until evening, and offered burnt offerings and peace offerings before Jehovah. So that's how they fasted in those days. Second Chronicles. It came to pass after this also, that the children of Moab and the children of Ammon, and with them other besides the Ammonites, came against Jehoshaphat to battle. Then there came some that told Jehoshaphat, saying, there cometh a great multitude against thee from beyond the sea on this side of Syria. Behold, they be in Hazon Tamar, which is En-gedi. And Jehoshaphat feared and set himself to seek Jehovah, and proclaimed a fast throughout all Judah. And Judah gathered themselves together to ask help of Jehovah. Even out of all the cities of Judah, they came to seek Jehovah. Another passage in Ezra. Then I proclaimed a fast there at the river of Ahava, that we might afflict ourselves, fasting, before our God, to seek of him a right way for us, and for our little ones, and for all our substance. For I was ashamed to require of the king a band of soldiers and horsemen to help us against the enemy in the way, because we had spoken unto the king, saying, the hand of our God is upon all them for good that seek him, but his power and his wrath is against all them that forsake him. So we fasted and besought our God for this, and he was entreated of us. So beseeching God, seeking God, you fast. Here's a passage in Esther. When Mordecai perceived all that was done, Mordecai rent his clothes and put on sackcloth with ashes, and went out into the midst of the city, and cried with a loud and a bitter cry, and came even before the king's gate, for none might enter into the king's gate clothed with sackcloth. And in every province, whithersoever the king's commandment and his decree came, there was great mourning among the Jews, and fasting, and weeping, and wailing, and many lay in sackcloth and ashes. So Esther's maids and her chamberlains came and told it her. Then was the queen exceedingly grieved, and she sat raiment to cloth Mordecai and to take away his sackcloth from him, but he received it not. Here's a single scripture in Psalm 35. But as for me, when they were sick, my clothing was sackcloth. I humbled my soul with fasting, and my prayer returned into mine own bosom. Another passage in Psalm, for the zeal of thine house hath eaten me up, and the reproaches of them that reproached thee are fallen upon me. When I wept and chastened my soul with fasting, that was to my reproach. I made sackcloth also my garment, and I became a proverb to them. Another in Psalm, for I am poor and needy, and my heart is wounded within me. I am gone like the shadow when it declineth. I am tossed up and down as the locust. My knees are weak through fasting, and my flesh faileth of fatness. I became also a reproach unto them. When they looked upon me, they shake their heads. Help me, O Jehovah my God. O save me according to thy mercy. Look at Daniel, a specific fast of Daniel. In those days, I, Daniel, was mourning 3 full weeks. I ate no pleasant bread, neither came flesh nor wine in my mouth, neither did I anoint myself at all till 3 whole weeks were fulfilled. Here we'll see an example of, as I just wrote a single word here, kind of insincere fasting. But we'll see what it says. In Isaiah, cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgression, and the house of Jacob their sins. Yet they seek me daily and delight to know my ways, as a nation that did righteousness, and forsook not the ordinance of their God. They asked of me the ordinances of justice. They take delight in approaching to God. Wherefore have we fasted, say they, and thou seest not? Wherefore have we afflicted our soul, and thou takest no knowledge? Behold, in the day of your fast ye find pleasure, and exact all your labors. Behold, ye fast for strife and debate, and to smite with the fist of wickedness. Ye shall not fast as ye do this day, to make your voice to be heard on high. It is such a fast that I have chosen, a day for a man to afflict his soul. Is it to bow down his head as a bulrush, and to spread sackcloth and ashes under him? Wilt thou call this a fast and an acceptable day to Jehovah? Is not this the fast that I have chosen, to loose the bands of wickedness, to undo the heavy burdens, and to let the oppressed go free, and that ye break every yoke? Is it not to deal thy bread to the hungry, and that thou bring the poor that are cast out to thy house? When thou seest the naked, that thou cover him, and that thou hide not thyself from thine own flesh? Then shall thy light break forth as the morning, and thine health shall spring forth speedily, and thy righteousness shall go before thee. The glory of Jehovah shall be thy reward. Yeah. I don't want to put too much commentary on there. Let people read it themselves and be led by the Spirit. Here in Jeremiah, thus saith Jehovah unto the people, thus have they loved to wander. They have not refrained their feet. Therefore, Jehovah doth not accept them. He will now remember their iniquity and visit their sins. Then said Jehovah unto me, pray not for this people for their good. When they fast, I will not hear their cry. And when they offer burnt offerings and an oblation, I will not accept them, but I will consume them by the sword and by the famine and by the pestilence. Now we get into some New Testament, close to being done. Then was Jesus led up of the Spirit into the wilderness to be tempted of the devil. And when he had fasted 40 days and 40 nights, he was afterward and hungered. And when the tempter came to him, he said, If thou be the Son of God, command that these stones be made bread. But he answered and said, It is written, Man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of God. So we can see that even when fasting 40 days, second example, we had Moses 40 and Jesus 40. We don't really see another example of anyone fasting 40 days. I think it was very specific and unique to Moses and Jesus. Yet we know the faith of Moses and his obedience, and Jesus, his faith and obedience. The word of God gave them strength. Moreover, when ye fast, be not as the hypocrites of a sad countenance, for they disfigure their faces, that they may appear unto men to fast. Verily I say unto you, they have their reward. But thou, when thou fastest, anoint thy head and wash thy face, that thou appear not unto men to fast, but unto thy Father which is in secret, and thy Father which seeth in secret shall reward thee openly. There you go. We don't have Ramadan. Then came to him the disciples of John, saying, Why do we and the Pharisees fast oft, but thy disciples fast not? And Jesus said unto them, Can the children of the bride chamber mourn as long as the bridegroom is with them? But the days will come when the bridegroom shall be taken from them, and then shall they fast. Also, we don't have Lent. Here in Luke, and there was one, Anna, a prophetess, the daughter of Phanuel of the tribe of Aser. She was of a great age and had lived with an husband 7 years from her virginity. And she was a widow of about fourscore and 4 years, which departed not from the temple, but served God with fastings and prayers night and day. And she, coming in that instant, gave thanks likewise unto the Lord, and spake of him to all them that looked for redemption in Jerusalem. No doubt that was a worthy woman, a great woman God looked very grateful upon. And Saul arose from the earth, and when his eyes were opened, he saw no man. But they led him by the hand and brought him into Damascus. And he was 3 days without sight, and neither did he eat nor drink. Now there were in the church that was at Antioch certain prophets and teachers, as Barnabas and Simon that was called Niger, and Lucius of Cyrene, and Manaen, which had been brought up with Herod the Tetrarch and Saul. As they ministered to the Lord and fasted, the Holy Ghost said, Separate me, Barnabas and Saul, for the work whereunto I have called them. And when they had fasted and prayed and laid their hands on them, they sent them away. Acts 14, and when they had preached the gospel to that city and had taught many, they returned again to Lystra and to Iconium and to Antioch, confirming the souls of the disciples and exhorting them to continue in the faith, and that we must through much tribulation enter into the kingdom of God. And when they had ordained them elders in every church and prayed with fasting, they commended them to the Lord on whom they believed. 1 Corinthians, defraud ye not one the other, except it be with consent for a time, that ye may give yourselves to fasting and prayer, and come together again, that Satan tempt you not for your incontinency. Now, we know what that passage is about. Giving no offense in anything, that the ministry be not blamed, but in all things approving ourselves as the ministers of God, in much patience, in afflictions, in necessities, in distresses, in stripes, in imprisonments, in tumults, in labors, in watchings, in fastings, by pureness, by knowledge, by long suffering, by kindness, by the Holy Spirit, by love unfeigned, by the word of truth, by the power of God, by the armor of righteousness on the right hand and on the left, by honor and dishonor, by evil report and good report, as deceivers and yet true, as unknown and yet well known, as dying and behold we live, as chastened and not killed, as sorrowful yet always rejoicing, as poor yet making many rich, as having nothing and yet possessing all things. Here's the last one with Mark. And when Jesus saw that the people came running together, he rebuked the foul spirit, saying unto him, Thou dumb and deaf spirit, I charge thee, come out of him, and enter no more into him. The spirit cried and rent him sore, and came out of him, and he was as one dead, insomuch that many said, He is dead. But Jesus took him by the hand and lifted him up, and he arose. And when he was come into the house, his disciples asked him privately, Why could not we cast him out? And he said unto them, This can come forth by nothing but by prayer and fasting. Amen. And that's the end of this little presentation about fasting. I hope everyone enjoyed that. It's on my little website I created. I'm going to post that in the link in the chat if you guys wouldn't mind going over there and liking it for me. I'd appreciate it. Checking out the website. I need to get back to doing more on it, but I'd appreciate any support over there. And thank you, LJ, what you doing. And Aussie J, welcome. Good to see you. Let's see. Let me post the link if anybody wants to come up and engage. As I posted in the channel post, I will be leaving early in the morning to pick up my grandson. And I'll be staying overnight with my daughter and son-in-law, and then be heading back Sunday morning, and then getting back Saturday evening. So I won't be having a live stream Friday and Saturday. Unless, of course, if LJ is available and he is able to do it, he knows that he's always more than welcome to. He's not obligated to do it. Let's see, you're going to do a video tomorrow. Tomorrow on Friday, I'll be on the road. I'll try and listen if I'm able to, for sure. Let's see. So that link that I posted is off my website that I had started some years back, but haven't been really active on it. Yeah, my grandson is in school. He's having spring break, and my grandson wants to spend time with his favorite grandparents. That grandson, as was what we did this last year, he's the grandson that I have on my social media. In fact, let me change this link right quick on and that's him. That's him, of course. Some uh, 10, 11 years ago. His name, as I call him, is Zeke. I mentioned my daughter was going to name him Ezekiel. And I said, all right, cool. I'm going to call him Zeke. And I had that secure in my thoughts in mind. I'm gonna be calling him Zeke. Zeke, short for Ezekiel. So, I mean, it's like nothing new. Many people are called Zeke from their given name Ezekiel, just a nickname. So I was going to be the first to call him that. And then guess what? They said, no, we changed our minds. We're going to call him Maximus. What? No. I already have it in my mind that I was going to call him Zeke. And you know what? I'm going to call him Zeke. So that's his name, even though his given name is Maximus. He looks like a Zeke to me. And I love him dearly. Yeah, I call him Zeke, as I've never stopped. And then you want to know something even more ironic about this and funny. My daughter, some years later, had another son. And my son-in-law and my daughter tells me, yeah, we're gonna name him Gabriel. And I go, cool, that's a cool name. Yeah, like the angel Gabriel. I'm gonna call him Gabe. That'll be my nickname for him, Gabe. And you're not gonna believe this. This is honest to God truth. Honest to God. It can be verified. And you're not going to believe the name they called. And they said, no, we changed our mind. We're going to call him Ezekiel. And I'm saying, oh my gosh, you're kidding me. So my grandson Zeke, who was going to be called Ezekiel, was named Maximus, whom I call Zeke. Now my other grandson, who they were going to call Gabriel, and I was going to call him Gabe, they named him Ezekiel. So now I can't even call him Zeke because I already have my other son that I gave him that name. So guess what I call my other grandson with the name Ezekiel? I call him Gabe. So too bad for my granddaughter. I mean, my son, my daughter and my son-in-law. That's how it is. Yeah, Zeke 1 and Zeke 2, exactly. Yep, that's that story. So that is my grandson. That's who I have on my social media, my Facebook, my Twitter account, and my other YouTube channel, my Freddy channel that I still need to get on it a little more. I try to do more stuff with Islam on that one because that's who people know me by with that picture. Yeah, that's appreciate it. Yeah, it was something. It was something listening to at the time that, oh no, we're changing the name. And it was like, no, you're kidding me. Oh my goodness. Anyways, I'm going to pick him up. or on Saturday. I'm heading over there tomorrow, spend the night, bring him back with me. And I think he's going to be here at least a week, if not possibly 2. And then my wife will drive him back, and then she'll spend a few days over there with them before driving back. Yeah, I think I remember you saying that, LJ. Seth, that's a good name. That's a great biblical name, Seth. We might start calling you Seth, LJ. Saint Seth. Yeah, that's a great. So I could not make it up. I mean, no, I'm not making it up. It is a unique, funny story that I went through. But that's weird. I mean, it's one thing to maybe have 2 people changing their names, but the second one actually changing the name and giving it the name you were going to give the other son. Unbelievable. All right, well, let me change it back. So, anyways, fasting is important. I don't know how often people do it. It's none of our business. It's something we can talk about, and we can do it with love and as a reminder, and we can actually do it as a group for people. There's nothing wrong with that. We just don't, we just don't herald it. We can talk about doing it, and we just do it, and we don't, make it known. We can fast for our personal needs, fast for our loved ones, fast for certain things. If you sin, you're remorseful. It's a way of denying yourself. Again, we pick up our cross and deny ourselves. It's also healthy for our body. But again, it's not doing it to lose weight. That's the thing. Of course, when you fast, you could lose weight, but that's not the goal. That's not the intent. Many people that are overweight that need to lose weight don't fast anyway. So it's not why we would do it. So I read some scripture. I think fasting is important so that if you all want to go over it yourselves and read more of the chapter in full, I tried to take a little more scripture than necessary to kind of keep it more in context, but you don't necessarily have to read the whole chapter to get the full understanding and context, but it always helps to read the whole chapter anyways and look into it. And excuse me. It's good to fast. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize how long. LJ, I didn't realize. I hope you weren't waiting here too long, my friend, my brother.
No, I haven't. Just got there. I can't because I've logged into my YouTube. My StreamYard for my channel. I'd have to log out and go back in and log back into the different accounts. The one that has the authority here, to bring myself up. But
okay, so at least you're still a mod. This is still your what you're using in there. You can still, but you can't do anything in here with this account you're on.
I can only mod here with this account.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't do anything else. Yeah.
All right.
I'm just gonna sit on mute. I'm just gonna sit on mute most of the time and just listening in. So I'm doing a bit of work in the background, so I'll listen in and yeah.
Well, I don't even know. I'm not a big speaker. I have to have something to talk about now. Let's. By the way, your show you did yesterday was really well done. It was
I
good.
don't know. I didn't feel like it. I felt like it was while I was doing it, I had it planned out, and when I was actually doing it, it didn't feel right. I don't know. It just didn't feel like it was flowing in the way that I wanted it to flow.
Well,
It
it
seemed
did.
like hard. It seemed
Yeah.
hard work. I
No,
don't
I
know.
think you did well, but to possibly answer that, because only because you alluded to it is you're like you felt there was a time constraint, and maybe your thoughts about the time might have constricted you or made you feel the way you're
Yeah.
feeling. But you know, however long it was going to take, that's how long it's going to take.
Mm. I
And
try.
and it's
I don't want to. I don't want to just like sit there and teach for like hours and hours. But there, when I started to get into it, then I was like, I realized how much actually evidence and stuff that I wanted to present, and I realized actually I didn't present all the like everything. If you noticed, I didn't bring up a lot of the kind of slides and the things I was quoting, because I knew I was already thinking, wow, this has gone on for kind of 2 hours, and I was trying to condense it, and so I was rushing it. There's even more to present on it. I think that's my issue, is that I when I do that study of a particular topic, I just delve into it so much, and I've got hours and hours of it, and I appreciate that maybe some people don't really just want to sit there for that long while I chuck out all of this detailed information at people for hours and hours. It maybe split it up into more than one video. Really, that's probably what I should do if it's going to go that long. Do a part 1 and a part 2 or something.
Yeah, I was just going to say, yeah, you might want to look at making it like a part 2, a part 3. But yeah, I kind of sense that with you, like you said, and you have so much. You wanted to just expand on it, but you kind of were worried about the time. So that's probably what made you feel like you didn't flow, because you felt that time constraint. But no, you did well, and it did flow, and just make it a part 2, and then a part 3 if necessary. Look, man, this stuff is good stuff. It's educational. It reminds us of things that we forget, because we have to stay in the Word quite a bit to remember. I mean, my memory is shot already. I used to remember stuff. Now I don't, but I have to get back into it to read it, to remember, and it's good. It's that was a very important live stream you did, and don't hold back. Don't worry about, oh, I don't want to do it 2 or 3 hours. I made my mind up on an hour, but I'm just let it flow, let it go, and then just maybe make a part 2 if necessary, part 3 if you see fit.
Yeah, I might do that next time, because I really did feel like I wanted to try and keep it under an hour and a half, and then I realized it at kind of the hour mark that I only just started scratching the surface, and I was like, there's no way that I'm going to keep this under an hour and a half. And then by the hour and a half, I'm now panicking and thinking, oh, this is just so long, and I'm still got so much to put forward. I'm going to have to start condensing it. And the problem with that is that once I start rushing it, I start panicking, and then the information isn't coming out as much as what it should come out, and I'm not presenting all the information that is required within the argument that I'm putting forward. So I really should just go, okay, it's been an hour and a half, I'll stop here and I'll do a part 2. That's what I'll do in the future if I really do feel like it's going, because I have my notes and I have my slides, and then sometimes I'll start kind of just thoughts will pop into my head as I'm going through the notes, and they go longer and deeper than what I had planned on going, and then the time just goes. And so I think I might do that next time. If it goes over an hour, or it's going to go over at the hour and a half, I'll say I'll stop here, and come back to it on a part 2. The show that I did, for those that are in the
Yeah, I just posted the link.
okay, it was on the Hebrew Israelites' argument against the virgin birth. So specifically, I looked into the Luke 3:23, where they argued that where it says "as was supposed," they argued that isn't original text, that it's that it was added at a later point. What other ones did I pointed out? The
that was good stuff right there. That was good.
Yeah. It's a simple argument, but it's one of those things that if you really, I'm not saying that people are stupid, because they're not, but if you don't know what those parentheses mean, or like when they're saying, oh, these are added later, if you haven't really kind of studied it, how do you can say, oh, it's not added later, but then they can come out with their little arguments that they present with their false claims that they're not real. How do you respond to it if you haven't studied it? That's all I'm trying to do, is provide you the information so that whether you agree with it or not, it's there for you to just use and say, okay, at least I know when somebody uses that, even though I know that it's not added, now I can show them that it's, if I ever do discuss this with one of these people. Even that little basic, I've seen Christians trip up just on that little basic piece of information where they say that these words are added and they don't really know how to respond to it. Apart from, oh no, it's not. So yeah, hopefully somebody grabs hold of that little bit of information and goes, okay, now I know how to respond to them when they're using false claims like that. So yeah, we went through the italics in the King James, why there's italics added in the English, why the parentheses are there in Luke 3:23. We did the seed, Zara or Zera, and spermatos in the Greek, and how it doesn't refer to what they.
Yeah, that was really good stuff. I mean, that was phenomenal understanding and learning these. It was, I learned some stuff. I never really got that deep into it. So yeah, that was really, really good stuff.
That's it, Freddie. If I provide one piece, I always say it. I say it to people here. If somebody listens to this show for 5 hours, Freddie sits here for 5 hours at a time, 6 hours. If you pick up one piece of information, then the show has been worth it. That's what. If you can grab one piece of information from a show that you didn't know, or that you can go and study, or it gives you something, I think that it's always worth it. And I always find something new on shows. But that, yeah, if you manage, if that was, you had a little bit there, Freddie, then that was awesome. That's all I require, is somebody to grab something from it. And if you did, then brilliant. I've done my job. And I've done what I intended to do, what I set out to do. And that's all that I want to do, is provide information, and people do what they want with it. Somebody like a Hebrew Israelite is going to ignore that. But at least we know that when a Hebrew Israelite is trying to use these types of arguments, that actually we don't have to worry about it. The Hebrew Israelite might convince them in their head, because they've already made up their mind. But at least we know that actually, do you know what you're saying is just false. It doesn't work. So yeah, I know we did the Ebionite argument. I can't even remember what else. There were 5 different arguments that I presented. I can't even remember the other 2 now. Oh, the Syriac Sinaiticus manuscript, the one that says that Joseph begat Jesus, that one manuscript that they love to use, that actually goes against them in the same manuscript. Yeah, we did quite a bit of I showed hopefully quite a bit of information that people will be able to grab hold of, and next time that it's not an everyday occurrence of getting involved with the Hebrew Israelite, but they are a growing group. They are definitely it is a group that is spreading, and it is causing a lot of people. They're getting sucked into it because it sounds good for them. It sounds really good. You know, it sounds. Who wouldn't want to be a natural Israelite in that? You know, if you don't really have a history beyond the slavery, why that sounds like a reason why that happened to you, and it sounds like something to grab hold of for me. It kind of is a suit. I like to put it more as like it's something to soothe you, to make things sound and feel better, unfortunately, and it entices people in with it. But I know I have a good friend in America who is an ex Hebrew Israelite. He started off in the Nation of Islam, and then he went to Hebrew Israelite, and now he's left that. His name's Ron. He's got his own channel. He's a very, very intelligent man, but he got sucked into the Hebrew Israelite group for a while before leaving it. But he's a very nice, intelligent man that I have great respect for.
What's his position now? He
would be classified as just Christian. He's not. He doesn't believe. I don't think he wouldn't classify himself as a Unitarian, but he's definitely not Trinitarian. I don't really. I suppose there's a little bit of like pre-existence of Jesus there that he believes in, but he definitely believes in the virgin birth, which he didn't. And it was study that actually led him to, and I studied with him about the virgin birth, and we helped each other a lot. I spent about 2 years with him just talking about the virgin birth, and he was engaging Hebrew Israelites all the time, and I would just listen in to the arguments that the Hebrew Israelites was making, and then I would go and study what their arguments were, and we would study together about this, about the virgin birth. And a lot of the information comes from these arguments against the virgin birth by the Hebrew Israelites, where I've learned a lot of this just by necessity within the debates that Ron was having with them. And I've heard all of those Uncle Jay arguments.
Yeah.
Prior
why, to the best of your knowledge, as you studied it, what would you say are these primary reasons why they don't believe in the virgin birth, that they say Joseph? I mean, I have some my own understandings, but just for the sake of people in the chat listening, can you expound on some of these reasons why they just have to believe Joseph is the literal father?
Yeah, there's two. There is literally really it boils down to two. One, that by making him, as you kind of heard with Uncle Jay, by making him a virgin birth thing, it makes him a demigod, right? They believe that it's
Right.
the demigod thing, and because they believe that the Catholic Church made it up. That's it. It's the Catholic. Anything if the Catholic Church believe it, the Hebrew Israelites do not, because they just fight against they think that the Catholic Church is the kind of the church of Christianity, and that they are the ones that made up Christianity and then forced it on everybody else. So if the Catholic Church believe it, you can almost guarantee that Hebrew Israelites reject it. They reject the virgin birth. They reject, obviously, the Trinity. Anything, obviously, to do with the Mary dogmas and all of this kind of stuff.
And they don't care for Paul too much either.
They don't care for Paul too much. They follow they believe that you have to keep the law, not just the commandments. It's the law that you have to follow.
But see, I would classify them as master cherry pickers.
Oh, 100%, Freddie. Yeah.
You know, you can't just say some of this stuff is corrupted by Jews or Christians or the so-called Catholic Church, but yet you want to appeal to some New Testament stuff. Well, see, how do you know that's not the Catholic Church didn't corrupt that or change that as well? You know, that's the whole point of, like the Muslims do. They cherry pick certain things, and it just makes no sense.
Yeah. They do cherry pick a lot. They'll cherry pick certain verses that they want to kind of utilize. They hold on to these, as you heard with Uncle Jay, they'll hold on to these lost books because it's conspiracy. It sounds really good. You can use this to manipulate their congregation by saying, you know, the Catholic Church hid books from you, and the Protestants removed books from their Bible. The Book of Enoch is real. There's this book of the Ebionites, which is something that the lost book of Gad and Yasher, and they'll hold on to all of these supposed books because it sounds conspiratorial, that you know it's been hidden from you by the church, by the Catholic Church has made all of this stuff up. They don't want you to know the truth. They want to manipulate you. They want you to believe in pagan beliefs. So they just fight against what the Catholic Church teaches. So if they believe that the Catholic Church teaches it as something, they will almost automatically just reject it. It's very much that's the reason why they do that, Freddie. Yeah.
So John, it is, right? You're the agnostic.
Yes, it is. Yeah. Well, it was just because you were talking about the virgin birth, and I actually had a couple of questions which have always not bugged me, but I've always just been interested to know how they could be answered. So
you come to the right spot, I'll tell you.
Well, but my understanding, broadly speaking, of like, if I can put myself into the religious, like the Abrahamic position for a second, and you tell me if I'm wrong in the assumptions that I'm making. But my understanding is that we were given free will by God in order for us to be able to provide a demonstration of our character, and whether that character was worthy of accessing heaven or not. Would that be reasonable?
Yeah, I would agree with that summation of basically, we have free will. You have free will to choose to choose God's commandments as He requires to live for Him accordingly or not.
Yeah.
And would free will also include the notion of consent?
Consent?
In what do you mean? Are you talking about Mary?
Well, so if Mary was a virgin birth, and
Mary
God
wasn't virgin birth. Jesus was the virgin birth.
Sorry, Jesus was the virgin birth, but Mary was the virgin mother.
She consented. We have scripture. She consented.
Luke 1:38. She consents.
Yes.
Right. So this is where I'm obviously I'm fundamentally, I don't have the knowledge of the scripture that you guys do. So this is why I'm asking the question.
If Freddie could bring that up, Luke 1:38.
I will bring it up.
Yeah, bring it up in the context. So read the context of the angel Gabriel coming to Mary, and then Mary acknowledging that and saying, basically, be it done what is to me. Yeah.
All right.
Like
so
given to me or something.
She says basically, be it so as to your word.
To your word. So it'll be. Here's the kind of the part where it's all highlighted, but the last is this last one here, where she actually consents. Where Mary said, "Behold, the handmaid of the Lord, be it unto me according to thy word." And the angel departed from her. So ultimately, she acknowledged by saying that after the angel was telling her about this, she accepted it. She said, let it be according to thy word.
Yeah. So that in that Greek there, let it be, is basically the consensual statement of, be it done unto me as you say.
As you have spoken or described. Yeah.
So the angel comes and tells her that basically she's been chosen to be the mother of this messianic figure that is going to come about.
I've heard this argument before, because it would like infer that Mary didn't have a say so, like, oh, this big, mighty, powerful God is intruding on somebody's body and doing something that the person didn't want. But
yeah, well, I mean, that was broadly speaking my question. Like, I mean, I'm don't get me wrong, I'm glad you've got there's a scriptural answer for it.
I think if we didn't have this verse, then I do think that there could be, that kind of there. Even without the verse, it would still have to be conjectured that she wouldn't have consented, or that God was forcing her to do it.
It would at least be a question. Yeah, but since the verse actually exists, it provides evidence in a positive direction that there was consent given.
I think that what you would have said, if this verse wasn't there, there could be a much stronger argument, but because she does acknowledge what was said to her by the angel and says, let it be, that is a statement of agreement to what is being done. Yeah.
And for me, evidence is something that makes the conclusion more likely. It doesn't need to be absolute. Yeah,
I appreciate that. Those verses are kind of important, and I would probably agree with you in that sense, because, like I said, I've come from that atheistic background where I don't just take what the church says. I need scripture, and I let scripture teach me, and I wouldn't kind of just say, oh yeah, well, she must have agreed and stuff. I think I would probably be in the same kind of camp.
Well, for me, because I am searching for something, I'm prepared to bend certain principles, but I'm not prepared to break them, if that makes sense.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but there is that verse, so I think that the acknowledgement of what was going to happen to her was agreed by her. Let it be done unto me, as you said.
And is there consensus that if she'd have said, for want of a better word, absolutely not, would it have? Do you think it? And again, I mean,
Well, it would have been where there would have been another woman selected because God's
Yeah.
plan would have had to been fulfilled, and
Yeah.
and if this was part of the plan where we're going to read that an angel of God approaches a woman for this and she denies it, then we'd have that, and then we'd have another passage somewhere where the angel goes to another woman that would receive it and accept it, like in this case.
But and this is me playing kind of devil's advocate a little bit. But if that woman had have been in a different time and of a different place, doesn't that mean that the prophecy wouldn't have been fulfilled? Because it would have been in a different
I have no
time.
problem. Yeah, you can assume that, but this is we're talking about this great, mighty, powerful God that had a plan, and he had everything was in the process of being fulfilled and being manifested at the time that it was to be.
So what I could possibly say is that God chose the perfect time with the perfect woman, knowing that because God is perfect in that sense, he knows the future, he knows the hearts of people, and he knows that this was the time that the Messiah was to come, and that this was the woman that would accept that mission bestowed on her. So
is there a difference between foreknowledge and if God knew for a certainty in advance that Mary was going to consent to this arrangement, as per the verse, and God is also the creator of the universe, how do we end up with how did Mary have a choice?
She had a choice. She could have said no. She received it. Let it be according to your word. Or she could have said, no, I'm sorry. This sounds freakish or weird, or I don't think I don't want to do it.
Yeah, but I guess my question is, like, given that God is the creator of the universe, set all the dominoes, the deterministic, the antecedent facts rolling down the hill, and also knew that Mary was going to say yes. In what like the world couldn't have been different than how God determined it to be. So how did Mary have a choice? Like, we somehow have determinism and free will existing at the same time, don't we?
Because God is all-knowing, and he knows that whatever person he's going to use in his plan, because everyone's different, and he's this is why it took 2,000 years.
But isn't he also all-powerful as well?
I didn't hear that. What?
So isn't he also all-powerful as well?
Of course, he's all-powerful.
He's not
it's
to force anybody into things that they do have that free will. So he is all-powerful. He could make the world in such a place that nobody has free will. They all just have the ability to do good. But then if you only have the ability to do good, then you don't have the ability to do good, because you only have good. That's your choice, to do good. You have to have an opposite in order to be able to choose.
So it's the yin yang argument, which I broadly speaking agree with. But so how can I reconcile?
If I come to you and I know who you are, right, and I have a choice of, let's say I've got 10 friends and I need some help on something, and I know that you're the one out of my 10 friends that is going to accept what my request of help is. I haven't manipulated you, or I haven't made you choose to help me. I just know who you are. So
True.
I didn't go to the other 9 people because I knew that the choice that they weren't going to accept. So I went to you because I know that your heart, I know who you are. So of course I choose you. So
Yeah,
God
but
had the
that
choice
is
of lots of
that-
people, but he went to the one that was of that mindset and that heart that they would accept that mission. And so,
fine.
of course, I don't think
But-
so. She had the choice, but he knew that she would accept that mission because that was the type of person that she was. It wasn't because he didn't make her that type of person. She was that type of person, and that's why he chose her.
But is that not that's a probabilistic argument, right? It's not a stochastic argument. So, what I mean by that is that you're basing that on previous behavior. That's a perfectly legitimate argument to make. In that, I have, like, if I was going to pick up the phone to a friend who I wanted to help me lay bricks, then I would pick up the phone to the person who's been generous with their time and knows how to lay bricks, right? I wouldn't pick up the phone to the person who is generous with their time but is a dental hygienist, for example.
But they still have the choice to say yes or no, wouldn't they? Like,
they
if they
absolutely
rejected
would.
that, then if they said no, sorry, I can't help, then
But-
you would have no choice but to find somebody else that was able to help. And so God would have, as Freddie pointed out, I think that what we would see is that God would have gone to somebody else that was willing to help or to pick up the mission. But he knows so well that he chose somebody that he knew would take the mission.
Right. So he knows people's the content of people's character so well,
right,
that he would only ask people to take on a burden that he knows that they would say yes to.
That's
the person would say yes to taking on the burden.
Right. I'm not, but
isn't there? Well, I mean, there's a couple of headaches that I like, and again, like, this is being conceptualized in a really like cat-handed way because I'm trying to vocalize these things in a way that if there is a creator of the universe who is all-knowing and all-powerful, then we're fundamentally blocked from understanding it because we don't have ontological knowledge of the universe. But
of course,
like, if a deity knows what I'm going to do and also is, so if he knows what I'm going to do in advance of asking the question, and he only asked the question of the people that are going to say yes, how does free will exist in the scenario when the person who created the universe knew the outcome ahead of time?
Right.
There's no alternate option. There's no antithesis to this. The only outcome is all outcomes are necessary.
We do see people in scripture that kind of don't go along with the plan of God, and they do go against what God asked them to do, and they do not do it. We do see this, and then God goes with what they choose. So, like the Israelites, for instance, they were meant to be the light unto the world. That was the plan of God, right? There were things that God had chosen them to do. Going into the promised land was meant to. This is an argument that people use against God all the time. You know, how can the days? It's only 11 days journey from Egypt to the promised land, and it took 40 years. What stupid?
Yeah, well, that makes the assumption that they traveled in a straight line.
No, the reason why was because he took them out of Egypt, and they rebelled against him after a couple of days on the journey. They built the golden calf. And so God said, so he reacted to that and said, okay, I'm still going to take you to the promised land, but we're going to do it a different way now, right? Now you're going to walk for 40 years until this generation that built that golden calf, they die out. The new generation is going to go into the promised land. You lot who rebelled against me, you're not. And so God changed the way that he was the plan from an 11-day journey to a 40-year journey, right? But that was
in order to allow for the additional generation to be born and
to be
raised.
born and raised, and for that other generation to kind of die out. There was also the case when God said about going into the promised land. The promised land was actually filled with 7 other nations at that time. And God said, don't go to war with them. What I'm going to do is I will take you in slowly, right, into the promised land, and I will then start to remove the other nations from the land. But don't go in and war against them. And they ignored God and they went to war. And God said, okay, that's the way that you want to do it. I'm not going to be part of that. And they lost the war, right? And it then caused grief and arguments between the Israelites and these other 7 nations for hundreds and thousands of years, because they didn't follow the plan that God did. But he still fulfilled the plan. He just adapted to the way that they acted. Now,
I guess my question is, like, there are a group of individuals that didn't fulfill God's plan,
right?
And did God know that they weren't going to do that in advance? And my next question is, could he have created the world in such a way that they didn't?
Of course,
that they did follow God's plan.
I always think about this for myself is, could God have created the world in another way? Could he have created a world where Adam and Eve did not sin, they did not fall? Of course he could have. But in that world, there is no free will. As I said, if all you can do is follow God and you cannot go against him, then you have no free will. And I quite like my free will and choice. I don't like the world in the way that it is. I think that the world is quite an evil place. There are some other people's
free will. I would agree. Yeah.
Other people's free will can hurt other people without that person's own agreement to them being hurt. So other people can use their free will to do nasty and negative things. But if God had created the world where Adam and Eve had no possibility of falling, then they are puppets. There is no.
They're NPCs essentially.
Right.
Yeah.
And we wouldn't be having this conversation now. We would just be whatever God had programmed us to be.
So, but I guess my question is,
we wouldn't have the ability to reject God or to not agree that there is a God or to have this. You just would automatically believe in God. And what kind of world is that really in that sense?
But I guess my question is, if God is all powerful and all knowing, so this is a person, or this is an entity that has all of the power and all of the knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Both the power to know what we're going to do, when we're going to do it, regardless of when it occurs in time and space, and also the power, not only the power to change it, but the power to change it in advance of when it happens, not just to observe it happening, be surprised of the result, and go, well, shit, I didn't intend that, and then roll the clock back and do it differently.
There are
known in advance that it was going to happen, like to know what was going to happen before you even made the decision in space and time. That's what all power and all knowing means, right?
Right. But there are people that would believe that God doesn't know the future and is reacting to the way that
open theism
the world is. So you can believe in God. I'm not saying that it's the correct way or that that's the way that I believe it, but there are people that do believe in God, that see God as being all-knowing to the point of where we are, and reacts and goes along with the way that the world is at any given point. So the problem is that you're now going to be kind of subjective with the responses that come depending on the beliefs of the person that you're interacting and engaging with. I think that it's more it would be more probably beneficial for you to read the scriptures to come to the conclusions of what you believe, and not just follow what I believe or what Freddie or Baz believes.
Well, but again, I have to be honest, LJ. That's kind of why I'm here. Like, I'm not.
But we're not going to have every answer for you. And
no.
I'll tell you one thing is that there are, like you acknowledged this the other day. There are an eclectic range of beliefs here.
Absolutely.
Even though the vast majority of us we believe that God is that one person who is the Father and Jesus Christ is his Messiah and not God. So we're not the Trinitarian sense of it, as other believers are. They do believe that Jesus is God. Well, the rest of the theology is an eclectic belief system here, so I will give you a different answer than maybe what Baz or Freddie would give on this particular thing, you know. So
the way I would solve this particular all-knowing and all-powerful problem is to remove the all. I would swap out the word all for very knowing and very powerful.
Scripture says God knows all things.
Yeah.
Well, and this is this
so
is
we
a bit of a.
Can't remove the scripture if we believe in the scriptures, but we have to. The thing, this thing, I don't think is the stumbling. It shouldn't be the stumbling block, about whether God exists or not. I think that this is something that kind of comes once you know that there is a God. Okay, who is he? What does he want? And how does it all work?
Well,
those are really questions that are really hard to answer. The question that you should be focusing on is there a God? That's the because it either is yes or no, isn't it? Those are your options.
Like ontologically speaking, if there is a God or if there is not a God is a binary. But what we're talking about is my belief. My belief is subject to gradation between those 2 points. Like I don't like and like if a God has a certain set of attributes, this is why I like it, or I think I'm going to like engaging with you guys on this channel, because you've got an eclectic group of people whose different conceptions of God have different attributes. And for me, the God that I think I could believe in, I don't think can be all-knowing and all-powerful.
So the God that you're searching for fits in the box that you want to create for him. He has to fit your mind rather than fitting the way that he is. He has to fit the way that you can conceive of him and understand him. That
you're trying to make the God conform to you.
You're conforming, and you're only going to acknowledge a God that fits the box that you want to put the God into. And I think that's a limiting factor on how you are ever going to come to God, because that God may not fit the box that you want him to fit into.
The mind that I have, if a God exists, is the mind that God has given me, right?
Of course, I appreciate that, but it's also a mind that has been influenced by the world and your own studies, your own world, and the way that things are. That your mind is different than my mind, and the way that I have grown and been, it's a different aspect. And so what convinces me that there is a God may not convince you that there is a God. And the thing is that the God that I believe in is the God that I believe exists, not the God that I want to exist.
Yeah, but it's not about the God that I want. Like, it's not so much a case of a desire here. It's more a case of, well, there is a desire in that I hope that a God exists, but there are a certain set of So, for example, if you told me, how can I put it? If you told me that,
if God, if there is a God, right, and let's say that there's a creator of this world, and he is the most evil being in existence. He created the world in such a way to make it this horrible and place where people kill each other, and he created that place, right? He created all the evil things that go on, right? And he actually doesn't really care about this world whatsoever.
Allah?
And he isn't Allah, he doesn't care, doesn't interact with the world. He allows the world to go on. He doesn't actually know anything, and the future. He doesn't know any of what's going to happen. He's reacting to what people do. And doesn't care.
Why?
If that God exists, does that mean that God doesn't exist?
Well, no, but why?
God still
why
exists? It's still a God. It's still the binary of does God exist or doesn't he exist? Who he is comes after whether you acknowledge that he exists or he doesn't.
But the problem exists in both directions. So, for example, like the issue isn't necessarily with the benevolence of God. It's for me, it's the all-knowing and the all-powerful. Like this is essentially an amoral question, right? If God is
Dad knowing best, may I ask you a question? Just
if he
3
isn't,
questions.
if he isn't
Just 3
all-knowing,
questions.
does that mean he doesn't exist?
Yeah, I hear you, Baz.
Yeah, go on, Baz.
Can we eliminate the word God? Okay. Can I ask you, Dad knowing best, DKB?
Just call me John.
What
Yes, fine.
Just John.
what's
His
your name,
name's
sorry?
John, Baz.
Yeah, just call me
John.
John. It's fine. Yeah.
Thank you, John. That's my granddad's name. John.
Everybody knows
Can
somebody called John.
It's a sad
Or Jack.
case. John, can I ask you, what line of work do you do?
I'm an architectural technologist.
Beautiful. So, as an architect, what do they normally do for a building?
Well,
what do they do from the beginning?
Well, it very much depends. I mean, typically you would start with the foundations, although there are buildings where you wouldn't. But yeah, you typically start with the foundations.
Okay, but when they've got the board, and the person has the idea and they come to them and they start, well, back in my days, we used to have the board.
Drawing board. Yeah. We use CAD or ArchiCAD or some piece of computer software these days, and it's all 3D modeling and stuff. Yeah, but still.
So can we use the word create instead? Can we, instead of anything, can we just use the word create? Would you be okay if I use the word create rather than God and anything else? Because as an architect, you create the person's image and you bring it into life, correct?
Well, you create. So I suspect you're going to make the distinction between the design in the perfect design on the computer, which gives you perfect straight lines, circles, geometric shapes.
No, I wasn't going there at all, but I don't mind if you go there. I wasn't going there. I just wanted to establish that if you were an engineer, a software designer, an architect, dependent on your position, which you are, when someone comes up with an idea, you bring that idea to life. You create that idea and you bring it into drawings, then clay model, then go ahead.
Yeah, it's a process that's a subject of gradation. So you have an idea. Your very, very first stage is to have a conversation with your client. You know, the person who wants to achieve a particular goal. You'll have a conversation with them. You'll try and get an understanding of what they're trying to achieve. And even though they may not necessarily know what they want the final outcome to look like, they've got a goal in mind. They've got something that they want to. They've got something that they want to try and do, and then you will try and put that as an architect or an engineer or an architectural technologist or even a draftsperson. You will try and put that down on paper in a way that and this is the very early stages, that they will understand, that will assist their visualization, that will achieve the goal that they want to achieve. It might be an entertainment space, it could be an office space, it could be something as laborious and really restrictive as like a laboratory or a hospital or something like that has a huge amount of restrictions and legislation. And you'll put that down on paper, or in the modern conception, you don't have blueprints. We never had blueprints really, because they're in the negative. But you'll provide an image to that person. You'll go, right, is this what you wanted? Is this what you were trying to get to? And you'll then get a sign off. They'll go, yes, that's what I want, or no, I want to change this. And it's a shaving process. You'll change this, you'll whittle that, you'll move this, you'll move that, and eventually you'll get to the point where the client's happy. And as soon as the client's happy, you go from what is the design process into the construction process, and then you provide a set of drawings which are not necessarily which would be completely gibberish to the client, but would mean something to the people that are actually building the building.
Can we just pause a minute? You said could be gibberish or will be gibberish to the client unless the client understands. Okay, so if we focus on that this gibberish thing, a creator will understand all these aspects, but the person that perhaps is going to buy that house or live in that house has no understanding where the conduit is going through, the wires is going. They don't understand all of that. But the creators all knowing how the thing is done. And that if you move one point to another point, this could be an issue. Or if you change one point to another, it will bring greater life, greater light. Would you, or greater, more space? Would you agree in an ideology like that?
Well, do different people have different like specializations? Like if a customer asks me, can I move this socket from point A to point B, then the answer is either going to be yes or no. And typically the answer is yes, but there's going to be a couple of caveats. It's going to cost this, and this is the disruption that it's going to cause. And the customer then gets to say yes or no to the cost and the disruption. So almost always the answer is yes. So it's whether the customer is prepared to accept the disruption and the cost.
So now we've got disruption and cost involved. Okay. I'm talking about a creator. I'm not even talking about the Almighty. I'm bringing us down to a small preliminary understanding of that. Me and you may not know everything, but the person who designed life, the creator, knows that there's a cost if we choose to do this one, or there's going to be a disruption if we choose to go that way. I just want to get us on the same kelm. Are we on the same kelm, or there's still no understanding?
No. I get where you're going, but the problem is that there's a distinction between. So all-knowing and all-powerful, as far how I conceive it, would basically preclude the notion of free will.
And the person who's building the house after they buy it, they got free will to do whatever they want to do. But is it necessary? Go ahead.
Yeah, but the problem is you're not just talking all-knowing with regards to the construction. Look, if God was all-knowing for, a few picoseconds after the Big Bang,
can we not use God? Can we use the creator? Because there has to be an architect. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really mind what syllables come out of our mouths to describe it, but if there is a point at which the creator could be surprised or learn something new about me, the entity that is making subsequent decisions, then they weren't all knowing, were they?
Not necessarily. Do you know why?
Well, I'd love to know. I'd like, how could they not be? How could they be all knowing if they could be surprised by something I do?
So my son's innate action is to act a specific way, or one of my daughters as a specific way. I know that they've got the opportunity to do right, or they've got the opportunity to do bad. And there is no distinction. I know that they can do bad, or I know they can do good. But normally, when it comes to a position where they have to stand up for themselves, they get into a fight straight away. All of a sudden, one day they say, like, you know what? I'm not going to get into this fight. I'm actually going to take a step back. Now, according to their traits, which they keep on demonstrating to me, as much as I know my child, they do surprise me in a specific way. I'm like, okay, then you've decided to take this option. I'm actually going to bless you for that. Now, that doesn't mean I didn't know my child is not going to do it, or I've given my child latitude and a wild burst. They've continuously showed me that they're going to do this way. I have not doubted or what's the word? Mark them off of doing any good. I think they could always do good. My children always do good. But there could be a situation where all of a sudden, the way which they normally act, they decide to say, no, I'm actually going to follow what my dad says. And then I'll be like, wow. That doesn't mean that I didn't know my child is not capable of doing good or doing bad. It's the time when they applied it, I wasn't expecting them to apply that. It doesn't mean I'm not all-knowing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have free will. Go ahead.
Well, this analogy, I'm afraid, doesn't really help me. In that,
Do you have children?
like, yeah, I do. I have a 7-year-old and a 10-year-old.
Do they shock you in any time?
Yeah, they do occasionally.
What did you just say?
Well, they do surprise me occasionally. Not with like extreme evil or with extreme good, but
it still
they do.
Surprises you.
But it is still surprising. And the problem with, so like, I haven't, like, whilst I am like, my wife and I created them by virtue of an action that I will not speak of here. This group of people.
Procreation. That's what it's called. Procreation.
You know, it was fun. They were intended, and we planned in advance, and we've provided them the best environment that we feel that we can provide them, and they've been given a particular set of morals, of which that my wife and I have agreed upon, and we think that are going to be best for them to maximize their success in our society. But it's beyond that. There are things that we fundamentally believe are good and bad. I'm not a moral objectivist. I do think there is a degree of subjectivity to the morality that we have as a species. I think it changes through time and space. But for right now, I think there is a good and a bad. And I think they're going to be fine. But they do surprise me. Like, they do things that I couldn't predict, especially my young son, because he's low on the spectrum, but he does have a degree of autism. But he's a coof baby, unfortunately. So he was robbed of his early years socialization. Like, the first time that he experienced a classroom of like 20 kids was when he was nearly 6 years old. So, and that really fucked him up. Sorry, messed him up. Sorry. So he's socialized very different to his older sister, who's much more gregarious. That has had an impact. But just because I created them with my wife doesn't mean that we know everything about them, and doesn't mean that we can predict all of their actions. And again, it's this prefix all that I have a problem with. If you want to remove the prefix all, that's fine. Like, I can completely get on board with like a powerful entity that has
But why would you want to take away the all?
Because the all removes free will.
No, the all doesn't. Look, this. How? Two questions again. John, how often have you, or when did you start really questioning these questions? When did it start? Ever since you were young, or recently?
So,
when did it start?
The first time I ever had a wonder about a God existing. I was about 8 or 9 years old. And are there any? I presume there aren't any kids listening. I just want to double check.
Hopefully, no, but we never know.
No, just in case. So if there are any kids listening, like
Just
not
be
because I'm going to
careful with the
swear or
words you
anything.
use. Just
No. I'm not going to swear or anything. But just
Well,
because there are different time zones going on, and I know it's obviously like, but just in case, like cover their ears, just in case. So when I found out that Santa Claus wasn't real, for example, this was something that I was heavily invested in as a child.
So was
And then
LJ.
and then I started questioning other things that I just presupposed, that I'd just been given the beliefs of. So and then God was one of them. And I wasn't even raised in a religious family. It's just that there were lots of other people around me that believed in it, and it jived with my intuitions, and I just seemed to believe it. And then I started interrogating it a bit. I was like, yeah, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. Why does this attribute make sense? Like this doesn't make sense either. So I'm gonna jettison that. And I started like ripping chunks off of, and like we were required to sing hymns in school and stuff. And I was like, well, what? Like, whilst this is a nice song and it gives me a fuzzy feeling, like there's no, and my dad's again, not a religious person. I think he just wanted a free Sunday afternoon, sent me to Sunday school. And I was there for three afternoons, 3 weeks. And my dad was asked, would he mind terribly if he didn't bring me back? And one of the questions that I asked that apparently upset them was, why aren't all Christians vegetarians? And
Yeah, I wouldn't have accepted you either. I would have probably thrown you out.
But the reason that I asked the reason that I asked the question, why aren't all Christians vegetarians, is because the principle of the Garden of Eden was that no animal had to kill any other animal in order to survive. And as far as I could tell up to this point, my rudimentary reading of the Bible was that the only point at which that God had given a specific permission for a human to kill and consume an animal was Noah on the ark, when he had an abundance of goats in order to sustain his family. But that doesn't mean that people just get to keep eating animals after the ark lands and goats start breeding, right?
Yeah, no, that's actually wrong. The command to eat animals comes after the ark, not prior. It wasn't
right.
It wasn't on the ark. They wouldn't have eaten on the ark.
Carry on, John, with your
Sorry,
story.
But like whether it was or wasn't on the ark, like the point was, like, even if the ark had landed and like Noah's family was starving, the principle is like the point is I'm getting at it's the difference between the principle of a law and following the law to the letter, if that makes sense.
It does. Please continue.
And,
So you've had so many different questions.
But when you combine God giving Noah permission to kill a goat in order to sustain his family and the ideals of the Garden of Eden, shouldn't Christians all be vegetarians? And when I asked that question in my Sunday school, they went, and then I just got asked not to come back. Now maybe they're crap at like their study.
That's Catholics for you.
Dogma.
Put them in a corner, and then they that's what happens.
So yeah, and like I kind of ended up in this position where I'm like there are a lot of contradictions at play, and my scientific and my education around physics makes more sense.
Okay, so let's get into that realm then. And now I'm not a quantum physics theologist like you or know all of that, but let's get into that realm. I've got a little knowledge on physics. Sorry?
Neither am I. So my I enjoy reading about philosophy, logic. My physics is all of my physics, chemistry, computer science, mathematics is all at A level. And then when I went off to university, my university qualification is an architectural technologist. It's a 5-year academic degree. It's a Bachelor of Science. It's a BSc, and it combines a lot of different fields in order to achieve a specific goal. Like I can't do structural engineering projects. I can't build bridges or buildings and stuff
What
without
can you build?
mathematics and chemistry. No, without mathematics and chemistry, I can build all those things, and I do build those things because I run my own small construction company. That's what I do.
Okay, so we are in the right place. I'm speaking to the right individual. And since I'm speaking to the right individual, this is why I use the word creator, not God. I sensed that there was more to you than what it sounds. That's why I said, let's extrapolate the word God and use the word creator, because God can be anybody, but it's only one supreme creator. Now you're saying that you've got a problem with the word all. So this is why I want to tackle it from a scientific and creative process. A man like you, you're saying you got your own constructive, and please tap in anytime, but you've got your own construction company, understands the whole picture. You know where the ducts is coming in. You know the time it takes for you to lay the cement down, and when you pin the rods in, has to be at the right time, because any time afterwards, the rods are not going to stick firm into the ground. The cement is going to be too hard, and then everything you do, it's going to be a waste of money because things hadn't been factored. So in my mind, I believe that you don't believe in evolution, because if you did in evolution, then that's a creator or someone in a constructive field. We got a problem here.
So that's a massive leap.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So you believe in at least a creator in a sense?
No. So I believe that you can. Go ahead. This is the problem here that we've got is the distinction between like the complicated coming from the simple and the personification that we engage in, which is like we feel the need to insert a telos, like a purpose, a designer, a creator. So we create stuff. We do legitimately create stuff, but we just repurpose the matter that already exists. If we're going to talk about a quote unquote creator,
are you sure we create stuff or we emulate stuff? There's a great difference.
Yeah, so this is where I suspected this was going to go. So do you think that the laws of logic or the laws of mathematics actually exist?
They already existed before we were.
Or are they just descriptors? Are they something that we discover that have been given to that govern the universe? So rediscovering something that God did, like the laws that God deigned that describe the universe.
I would say they apply in both cases. So the first question the first part was, do they exist? Then you said rediscover. So they existed before we rediscovered it. It's always been there. And you said earlier on that it's binary, one zeros. It's always been there. We just now tapped into it.
But we are imperfect observers. We can't perfectly observe the universe because there's a delay between what we see, and B, what our brains process when we see it. There's a
Why
delay.
is that?
Well, but it's just the physics. It's causation. Like
no, so for every causation, there has to be something that caused it. It just is. You can't just say it's just causation.
Well,
something,
no,
something before energy happens, something had to happen. Just like when you say about the Big Bang. Okay, go ahead. Hold on, let me just land it. Just because you say about the Big Bang, that everything came out of nothing. Okay, can you give me an example of something coming out of nothing?
Yeah, the Casimir effect.
No, you can't. That's fallacy. You can't give me an example. Has it been proved in a laboratory?
Hang on. Before you tell me that the Casimir effect is a fallacy.
Sorry, did I use the wrong one?
Maybe you should explain what I mean by the Casimir effect.
I should have asked you actually rather than that, because I've got something different in my mind. I beg your pardon. Explain yourself, please.
So the Casimir effect is where we take two ferromagnetic plates, which are negatively charged, and we put them in a vacuum. So it's as an inert environment as we can possibly create. And what happens is these two plates stick together, right? And what the Casimir effect demonstrates repeatedly is that there are high energy particles that just appear without an apparent cause on the outside of the plates and push them together. And it's how can I explain it?
May I ask you, when would I think I've actually that one I haven't heard about, so I'm going to take myself away from that, but I'm going to indulge in that. May I ask you, when was this discovered?
I think it was in the late 40s, early 50s. I think it was when the experiment was initially done, and it's been repeated consistently since then.
Okay. Do you know? Have you heard of James Tour? He's a chemical biologist.
The name sounds familiar. I'm not sure why though.
He's a Christian chemical biologist. He's phenomenal. And I just mentioned him. And the other question which I'm going to ask you is, do you remember the theory about the what's it called? The dead? Is it dead DNA? I've forgotten what it's called. It's a long time I've talked about it. Junk DNA. That's exactly what it was called. Junk DNA. Do you remember about the theory about that?
Yeah, and it was the antithetical theory to the notion of a genetic clock. So junk DNA is the notion that, or the genetic clock, which is what we call it, or what geneticists call it, which would be that for every significant genetic mutation that you get, dependent on the species or the thing that's carrying the genes in question, the environment that they're in has on average a number of junk mutations, and then all of a sudden you'll get a mutation that actually provides a positive benefit, and then you get another of junk mutations, and then you get another mutation that provides a positive benefit. And this is directly correlated to the lifespan of the species. So for example, if you're looking at something like bacteria, which has a high churn in terms of its lifespan, then actually the junk DNA, the amount of junk DNA that you get between a positive or a negative mutation is actually quite quick in relative to us. But it's to do with relative positions.
Right. So that part may be the new adaptation to it. The reason why I said that, junk DNA is about where they say the majority of the human genome, roughly 99% of it is basically redundant.
Yeah,
junk DNA. Previously, before your rendition, they used to say this about the junk DNA, and that probably lasted for hundreds of years. All of a sudden, with the microscopes and various other testing, etc. Now, the reason why I'm going to explain this as well as I can. I said, first of all, it lasted probably hundreds of years. These were the so-called knowledge individuals that staked their lives and reputation on junk DNA. After a while, after a length of time, when they've died, when microscopes and various other testing came along, they realized that the DNA was not junk. But every DNA has got a sequence and operates in a specific way. So when I asked you about junk DNA, I know that you probably got a new understanding to it, but the old understanding has now been relegated. So when I'm proposing some of these things, I'm trying to show you that as time goes by, people's understanding changes.
Yeah,
and what we once used to go ahead.
So yeah, of course our understanding changes. Like we used to think that tomatoes were toxic. We used to think they were poisonous. And then we suddenly learned by virtue of eating them that they weren't poisonous anymore. And now they make a delicious sauce. Like
Exactly.
that doesn't, just because our knowledge is limited doesn't mean that there is some entity that exists that has unlimited knowledge that can
No,
only know.
it actually does, because everything man has started from the beginning, they keep on revising. And when they go to the Bible actually answers the questions. But because we got a secular situation where they don't want to believe in moral excellence, and I use the word once again, in moral excellence, they'll grapple with that, and then they'll grab any other reasoning to satisfy their insatiable ability of saying, no, men came from nothing. When the whole situation, 15 seconds, please, and you can tap in. When the whole situation shows us that, first, let me tell you this. When you lie in bed with your woman, the opposite sex, and you're inside her, you have nothing but exquisite delight. That didn't come out by randomness. Secondly, when you're dying to go to the toilet and do a good one, and you're like, oh,
Seriously, Baz?
I'm sorry. I'm just breaking it down to the simple things which we enjoy. And for enjoyment has to be a program. I'm a programmer. And when I'm programming things, I have to think about people's enjoyments. If it just came by accident, then there is no brain behind it. Go ahead. My 15 seconds is gone. I beg you. Go ahead, John.
So, first things first, I think the limited binary experience that you're trying to replicate in computer code, I don't think you could even come close to replicating the sensation that I would have when I'm,
with your wife,
unisending with my wife. If you could,
I hope you didn't take it as any offense, because I wasn't trying to.
No, mate, you couldn't get up early enough in the morning to offend me. I would recommend not going to bed in the first place.
Explain it then. Explain why we have senses from your understanding on theology or scientific.
That's like asking me to explain why water feels wet. Like, if you examine a molecule of water, then we can't extrapolate from the molecule of water what it means to feel wet. Like, the wetness of water is an emergent property. You need a perceiver, and you need a sufficient number of water molecules in one place at one time in order to give
you need a what?
Sensation.
You need a what?
You need a perceiver, somebody to perceive a sensation, and you also need a sufficient number of molecules in one place at one time of that particular element in order to perceive wetness.
So how do we get a perceiver?
But also,
and what is a perceiver?
Hang on. The perceiver, P-E-R-C-E-I-V-E-R.
Yep, I know exactly what you're saying. Something when you perceive something.
But also, the thing that we're perceiving isn't actually wetness. It's a temperature change. It's because water conducts temperature away from the surface of our skin quicker than the air does, and that's what we perceive. Which is why, have you ever put your hand into a bucket of water or a vessel of some kind of fluid, which just by pure coincidence happen to have the same temperature as you do, and it doesn't really, you can't feel it? Like, it's a weird sensation when it happens, but it has happened.
You do feel it, but yes, I know what you're saying, but you do feel it.
No, because the problem is that if you close your eyes, if you don't look at it, you can't perceive it.
Yeah, but when you move your hands, you perceive it.
Yes, because obviously, like, you feel the resistance.
That's what I'm talking about. Exactly that point.
But the wetness isn't correspondent to resistance, is it? It's a different sensation. So,
no, but okay. Go ahead. I hear your point, which you're coming from. Go ahead.
So, but just because there's complexity that you and I perceive right now doesn't mean that there's more, that there was something more complex that gave it to us. Like, it's not a reduction.
That's why I asked you, then, what is the program for perceiving? Because it's quite, you're using all the right elements in your argument, and I want to hang on, not to all of them, but I want to hang on. So we perceive. Where does perceive come from? Because it has to be built in so that you know that, hold on, this is hot. Oh no, hold on, this is cold. So how do we get this perceivement? Because as an engineer and a construction thing, and you're putting a thermostat in a house, the thermostat must have to perceive that the heat it's reached a certain degree so that
Yeah.
it shows on the label. So how was the
So-
perceivement done? Did it just come randomly? Or would you say that it took an engineering mind to do that?
So where you will get me, all of the mechanics of everything that you're talking about, the notion that I can perceive temperature changes or pain or pleasure or all of these things, like the mechanics of my body, like the sensitivity of my fingertips or the fact that I shiver or all of these things, they're purely mechanical. But the
Yeah,
value,
I agree.
the thing that my brain does, which ascribes value to them, as opposed to just reacting, the bit that experiences it, the I think therefore I am bit, I can't account for with
Okay.
any kind of physics, any kind of mathematics, any kind of biology. It doesn't, to me at least, make sense. Now, the problem that I've got
That's beautiful.
is
Go ahead.
the problem that I've got is that I can account for everything up to that
Mhm.
right now, but I can't account for that right now.
Well, you can.
Now,
If you choosing not
no,
to,
hang
you,
on,
you
hang on,
can.
hang
Go
on.
ahead.
So now, what I would like to do is I would like, and my hope is the thing that accounts for that is some kind of god, some kind of deity that is also
Creator, please.
yeah, sorry, or creator, deity, whatever. Insert your preferred name here.
I don't like God because you can be a God, and that doesn't mean anything to me. Anybody can be a God, so there's a difference. Go ahead.
Well, we're going to have to round back to that because I think that's a whole different discussion. Because I know where you're going to go with that, and it's weird. But still, the point is that I would like at this point, and I would hope at this point, to be able to insert some kind of creator, some kind of entity that has my best interest in heart at heart, and that I am going to, at the point at which this body breaks down, going to continue existing and experience some kind of additional existence, and I'm going to be reunited with the people that I've lost. That to me would be beautiful.
I think the whole panel wants what you want.
But
And
the
those
point that
listening.
I'm making right now is every single thing that I have, every like tiny little intersection, every little bit of me, the body that I am, the brain that I am, up until this point, I can broadly speaking explain the mechanics of it by using the scientific method. And I cannot make that leap.
You know that in both scientific methods, there are scientists who actually look at the same thing as you look at, and even in depth, and turn around and say that this is too. When you look at the RNAs, and you look at the mechanics behind it, how specific cells open up like a drawbridge and let things come in, then close like a drawbridge to stop germs come in, and all of these kind of things. You look at it, and we do this in our lives. Okay, we have stations in which we allow people to come in and people to go out, and if we can do this in a thoughtful way. When I use when I use the word thoughtful, I'm using it in a way that we just didn't do it randomly. We thought about it and we said, okay, this is the best way to go across this situation in a thought-provoking way. If our DNAs is able to do these kind of calculations without us even understanding it, but we do it physically, knowingly,
No,
why can we go ahead?
It's just a response to the environment. Like that.
No, it's not a response to environment, because if you stop that response, you will die. So it's not a response to it's a program mechanism. Hold your breath for say 10 minutes. and tell me that because you're in sulfuric acid, you're responding by holding your breath, you
No.
will die. It's not a response. It's something
No,
which has been
but-
built within us.
No, so you can't say that, like, to build a bridge between two places, and I go, it's a response to the environment, and then you introduce an environment that's going to kill you, like going to end.
Okay, we'll stick to the analogy then. I beg your pardon. We'll stick to the analogy of the drug drawbridge. If you got
So-
everything in that city, why would you need
look,
to?
Well, let me put it this way: if you've got a span that you've got a gap that you need to span, and you've got a limited set of materials, right? Ants do this. We've done this experiment with ants. They will use materials to span a gap in order to get over it.
And what's that
They work
proving?
together as,
Can I just interject something? Because I got to be honest. I want to. The conversation is kind of really focused on something that I think is really difficult and complex. So I'm not going to continue on engaging, but I just want to say before I do kind of just let you carry on, John, it seems like your search for God is only going to be focused on the scientific way of proving or disproving a God. I mean, I might be wrong on that, but it seems very much that the only way that you are going to accept or reject a God is if it kind of fits within your scientific model, or you can explain a God in a scientific way. That to me sounds like the way that you want the proof for God. With all due respect, me, Freddie, and Baz, while we might be able to engage in certain parts of this, I don't think any of us has the ability or knowledge in the in-depth sense to be able to engage in a conversation. If you want to talk about scripture or stuff like that, we can engage. I don't think that any of us here has the real
Full weaponry to deal with it.
Yeah, to delve in and to give you a full scientific understanding and proof of God. I don't think we are going to be able to convince you in that sense.
We have, LJ.
What I would say is that there are far better people to engage with, like Michael Behe, Stephen Mayer, James Tour, Gunther Bechley, Anne Gouger. These are all ID biologists and who have written huge amounts in the ID biological sense, or scientific way of engaging. Like when it comes to somebody like Stephen Meyer, like I listen to Stephen Meyer. Could I repeat certain things that Stephen Meyer says? Yes. Could I engage with Stephen Meyer? No. I think that for somebody like you who is only seeking in that way, it might be better to engage in that level with biologists on the ID sense. When it comes to like logic or theological senses of why we believe in God, that's a totally different thing. I think we could really give it a good whack with that. But if you're only going to be convinced on a scientific basis, I don't think that we're going to be able to do that.
It's not just about the scientific basis, and obviously I appreciate the, like this evening at least, and the last time I spoke with you, that I was pushing back on certain for want of a better word, claims that were being made.
Mm.
The problem that I've got is that my gut, my intentional response is to stress test a position. Like
Mhm.
if I feel that I want to believe in something,
Mhm.
then if I design a building or a bridge or something, then I will build a model of it and I will test it, and I will test it to destruction.
Yeah,
That is
I
what my
understand that. I
and
do.
that
I'm just
how I'm
wondering,
built.
it what I think that would be helpful for you, because I'll tell you what, from my position, when I was a very critical thinker, and I did study this type of thing. I did delve into biology and chemistry and physics and stuff, and I'm not going to say that I was any kind of expert, but I did delve into it when I was searching. I don't think that but for me, that wasn't what was going to convince me. There was something else that was going to convince me. If that is what you require, because everybody is going to require a different thing that is going to convince them that a God exists. I really do think that if it is that you are going to focus, that it is on the scientific point only, and you need to write down and explain to yourself what it is that you require that is going to prove to you whether there is or there isn't a God, and it is that you should focus on. Maybe if we had that particular thing to delve into, we might be able to. But I really do think that there are much better people that, on that scientific sense, would be able to give you better arguments for a God than what we would be able to do here.
Do you know what I am? So I think. So there are some things that I don't think that can be accounted for. So I'm not a dualist in terms of the notion of consciousness, the thing that I am. I think is more than the chemical part of my brain. I do think that I'm there's more to me than just the chemistry, the electrochemistry of my brain. I don't think that can be completely accounted for by chemistry and physics as we understand it right now.
That's a good point. I would agree with 100% with that.
So I'm looking for things that comport with the notion that there is a deity. And if it doesn't comport with the notion of a deity and somebody tells me that it is, then I'm going to ask questions.
Okay.
And the reason that I'm asking questions is because I'm testing that. Like, and if somebody gives me a sufficient answer that allows it to pass through that test, if they give me an answer where I go, okay, that makes sense, that could then comport with there being like that I can't account for that right now. Like,
can I just tap in 1 second?
It still
1 second,
does sound
please.
to me like it does have to be a scientific.
It doesn't necessarily have to be. It doesn't necessarily have to be.
It kind of does, and it kind of doesn't. Like, I don't need a scientific justification. Like, if somebody gave,
you need to have faith. Your problem, which I sense, and I think everybody sense, is you don't have enough faith.
No, well, right? I mean, like, well,
yeah, that's why
I have faith under a specific set of circumstances.
Like,
so, for
what?
example, so I don't require any proof that my kids love me. I don't require much proof, or almost any proof, that my wife loves me, and this is a reciprocal relationship. Not so
why don't you require any proof, especially that your wife loves you? Why?
Because it's completely first person to her. There is, in principle, no proof.
Sorry, come again?
So the way that she feels about me is first person to her.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
No, you can't agree with that because feelings change.
And when
feelings change. Sorry, go ahead. Go again.
The only evidence that I have is her testimony
Yeah.
that she loves me.
And any kind of I suppose any physical sense that you have that she gives to you in that sense that she's expressing. So he's taking her statement that she loves him on faith.
Thank you. So that's a very good point to be on. Testimony. So if you look at the world and the testimony of the world being, if you're heliocentric, it's it's the third rock from the sun at the right degree, at the right angle. Anything away from it, an inch away or an inch, all these testimonies.
You don't want to make that, because it did, like the Earth apogee or perigee is hundreds of thousands of miles difference from the sun. Like this inch closer or inch further away argument is nonsense.
Okay, you say it's nonsense, and I'm not going to agree with it, but you say it's nonsense, so I'm going to respect it. I'm not going to agree with it because neither way it hasn't got moved an inch away or inch closer. But we know that the other planets which are away from which are not where the so-called Goldilocks zone is, they're either too hot or too cold. We know there's a canopy around the Earth. We know there's a canopy around the Earth which is not around Mercury, which is not around Mars, which is not around Venus.
Hang on. When you say a canopy, I don't want to, I realize Freddie's probably going to lose his shit with me here, but what do you mean by a canopy?
Okay, I use the word ozone layer, which is totally different from all the magnetic pulses, the magnetic fields generating from. Are you a flat earther or let me find out where you are first. Are you a flat earther or you're a globalist?
No, I'm absolutely not a flat earther. If you mean to say that the planet Earth has an electromagnetic field that something like Venus doesn't, by virtue of a liquid, like that our planet has a liquid iron core that's spinning, then yes. If you want to call that a canopy, then we're just it's just a distinction without a difference. But if you're going to tell me,
the question is, why would we need a liquid magnetic field, and why hasn't Venus got one?
Well, Venus is a fraction of the size of Earth. It's existed.
It doesn't matter about size. Size doesn't matter. We can't use size like that.
No, of course it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, of course it does, because size is equivalent to gravity, and gravity is equivalent to pressure, which would mean that there's more pressure exerted on our core because we're larger, which pressure increases temperature. Therefore, it's going to remain liquid for longer, and it's also spinning.
Existing on any other planet?
Well, water does exist on other planets. We've just not been able to detect it up until this point. There's water on Mars.
How can you say it is if we haven't been able to detect it?
No. We've only recently been able to detect it. Like Pluto and Neptune are almost all ice.
Right, it's ice, but that doesn't mean it's water. It's just so far away from the sun. It's at a freezing.
Yeah, but
there are different stages of ice. There's different forms of ice. Okay, we can get ice which is not actually good for us. All right, and we've proven that because there's many forms of ice, which I've forgotten the name, but there's different forms of ice which we can't transform into liquid. And if it was liquid, it would be poisonous to us. So just because something is ice does not make it still sustainable for the human biology. That's a wrong argument. So let's go back to the thing.
Hang on, what do you mean different forms of ice?
Like dry ice?
Thank you. That's what I was looking for. Dry ice.
Yeah, but firstly, whilst dry ice is frozen nitrogen for a start, so frozen water, H2O, which is typically what we would call as ice, right? So is Pluto, which has been declassified as a planet, is Pluto mostly ice or dry ice?
Right. So when I said there's different forms of ice, what you're speculating is the same ice which is on Pluto is is the same ice here. That's why I said there's different forms of ice, and I couldn't remember any of the other name of ice. And Freddie said dry ice. Now I want to just tap in by even furthering on with dry ice, water. We know that the water which is being fed into ChatGPT. all right, to keep GPT and all these artificial intelligence going on gets wasted, and it's no longer beneficial for human consumption. So putting that together, dry ice, other planets with ice, no planet like this planet, there's no planet like this planet which the scientist has found out can sustain human life. There is none. And if you went on to say that it's got a molten core, which we don't know, because the furthest we've dug is about 8 miles. So it's a speculation. But fine, we'll go along with that speculation. Even if it's not 8 miles, you want to say 21 mile, that is fine. I don't mind. It's a speculation. So within that speculation, it's got a molten core, and it's according to its size, according to its size, it's the reason why we've got gravity. And I said, look, at the end of the day, you can have a short man, shorter than you, right? With that short man, we still have the same, because of his size, he will have the same essence as you. He'll still have a heart. He'll still have a magnetic field around him, because that's called an aura. He'll still have eyes if he's not blind. He'll still have a mouth if his mouth. These things. So we can't turn around and say just because Pluto or Mercury or Mars is slightly smaller, that's the reason why it doesn't have it. If it's a planet, it will have the same thing. Therefore, it stands to reason that those other planets are not designed for human habitation. But if you want to disagree with it because you just don't want to believe it, as my friend LJ is saying, then as much as you've probably watched all these people who are other scientists, biochemistry, scientific, I've forgotten, biochemistry, whatever they call James Todd and IDs, as much as you've watched them, you've decided that you just don't want to accept it. And that's fine. That is fine if you don't want to accept it. And I am more mesmerized that you as a builder can come up and say that you don't believe that we were created. It's as if two sticks come. Have you ever heard? In fact, let me ask you the last question for my mind. Can you tell me any cave that has just come into existence with its own bathroom, its own kitchen, its own toilet, its own worktop, its own windows, its own hallway, its own line step, because it's just a cave? It just came into existence and nobody created it. Can you tell me anything like that came into existence? You can't. Because it doesn't exist. Somebody had to make it. Similar to your beautiful hands, your beautiful mouth, your beautiful. I'm not saying it in a gay or in a homosexual way. I'm just giving credit to God.
I mean, look, don't get me wrong. I wouldn't be opposed to it. You can always win me over with flattery. But I understand what you're arguing. I understand the position that you're taking. The problem is that you're inserting a telos. You're inserting a purpose. Like, we have purpose. We have telos.
So what exists that doesn't have a purpose?
Well, everything else. We exist.
Give me one. Give me an example.
So the reason that the planets are round, for example, there's no purpose there.
According to who?
It's just a product of the universe.
According to who?
Yeah, there is a but why aren't the planets square or triangular?
Okay. It's like you having a Rolex, all right? And the ant coming along and saying that with that Rolex, because you got diamonds in that Rolex, those diamonds are round, but they got no purpose. The ants didn't create those diamonds in that Rolex to say, oh, those are actually aligned with every half an hour, or those are aligned with every quarter, because you, the human, is looking at it from a viewpoint which the ant ain't able to look at. So you believe that according to you, so are you the knowledge of everything? Do you have knowledge of everything, you yourself?
No, of course not.
Then why are you speculating that the other planets have got no purpose?
No, because we train and reinforce as much as we possibly can to remove bias.
That doesn't answer my question. Why are you speculating?
No, I'm not speculating.
Oh, so it's a fact. It's a fact that the other planets have got nothing.
It's a product. It's a product of observation.
John,
Okay.
let me just.
We would expect.
Can you go to Genesis chapter 1, please, Freddie?
Before while you're doing that,
After
John,
LJ has spoken.
I literally, I'm just going to interject one thing. There is when it comes to biologists, physicists, and all of these types of people that are doing these experiments, and what is removed from that from the
Equation.
the equation? What is removed from that?
What do you mean? Like
God is removed from the
creator.
There is no. So when a test is done, there is no test that allows for or includes a creator or there an outside influence on that. So when the test is done, it is biased because it is already removed the God hypothesis basically from the testing that is done. Now, just let's just for example, you pointed out that there are rules. There's mathematical rules.
Sorry, hang on, LJ, hang on. So when we remove bias or intent, we attempt to remove any bias or intent from our conclusion.
Right.
So
okay, but you are still removing, and you are removing something from the equation that could be the answer for the equation.
So we're trying to remove all presuppositions.
Right.
So the point is
removed something.
But if LJ, if we tested repeatedly and found that there was a cause, and that cause was a creator, then we should, in principle, be able to test for it, right?
No. Because what you're doing is you're testing what the existence of what is and how it reacts to the testing that you're doing and provides an outcome. But what you're not doing is taking the equation at the beginning to say how did what we're testing come to be. That's the difference being. Now you've removed the God. Now you did point out that there are rules, there are mathematic rules. Just because something can be explained using what we know, right, does not necessitate that what we know and what we have that creates that equation, that creates that answer. You've eliminated a possible cause why that all explains. Just because the answer is what is concluded does not mean that it didn't have an outside cause for it to have the answer that you found. LJ,
I thought I explained quite clearly that that's why I'm here.
Right.
Like I understand.
Yeah.
I understand.
What we can't do is within the scientific sense for you to test and study is to reintroduce God into a hypothesis that can lead to the equation that leads to the answer. If you don't include it, if it's already,
it can never happen, LJ. Science is forbidden to allow God into the equation, so it will never happen.
Just because we can come to an answer, it doesn't even necessitate that the answer is correct. It just means that the answer works within the hypothesis that we've provided for it. And so we can come to a conclusion, right? Why are the planets round? Right, you can answer that with the gravitational pull and all of this kind of stuff that brings the just because that answer works does not necessitate that is the correct answer. It just is an answer.
Your theology.
It is an answer.
No, it's
works
the best
within the model that you are allowing, and it works.
It's the best model that we have that functions. It provides predictions. Yeah.
Right. But what I'm saying is that the outcome might be because of your hypothesis that the gravity, but what you're not including is why the gravity is there in the first place, that then creates that. Maybe there is a creator that has created the gravity. That produces the outcome of the scientific experiment, or the explanation of why the planets are round, because of the gravity that was created to do that, which allows the planets to be that.
Is absolutely fine. I have no problem with that at all. Like if that God exists, that's fine.
Right, but
and
now we're going to come back to this same thing, John, is that we're going to go with these scientific things, but we're not, this isn't what is going to convince you. I don't think this is what is going to convince you that there is a God, because I can come to those two conclusions. One, that the nature produces the existence of matter and stuff, and gravity produces the planets as circular, and then produces the sun that allows the temperature to be at a certain point, that allows biological matter to grow. Or I can take it that there is an outside source that does that. The science works exactly the same either way.
Well,
but we're going to come to the same conclusion that gravity produces creates the planets to be round. The place where Earth is just happens to be in a position where life can flourish and grow. Fine. But you're going to go, well, the scientific reason is that this is just randomness, and I'm going to say that actually it's not random. It was created that way to be specific.
Yeah. The problem is that these worldviews are intrinsically absolute. So if the creator of the universe created all of the laws of physics that we've just discussed, but there's also some kind of disconnect between the laws of physics that he created that govern everything that I do, right? But I can do something that wasn't intended by the all-knowing, all-powerful creator of the laws of physics. So is there anything that I could do right now that would surprise God?
No.
Right, but now we're going into a completely different.
No, it's the same discussion.
No, it's not. It actually ain't.
Now we're going to go into a theological belief of who God is and what He does.
Stick with Newton. Like, we're not even in like quantum mechanics. This is just Newtonian physics. It is billiard balls bouncing around a goddamn table. Like, if the God of the universe created me, you, and everybody else, and set the balls of like the atoms in motion,
I understand.
Could account can God account for the direction of travel and the position of all molecules, atoms in the universe? Yes.
Right.
Or no?
Yes.
But now,
yes.
Yeah.
Then the universe is deterministic.
Yes, and you may get different answers from different people. So what I would say is that just because God has set the motion off does not necessitate that He is going to dictate that the way that ends up. It's
So
not.
Remember, LJ, what you just said? Dictate.
Is he
just because you know how it's going to go doesn't mean you dictate the end result, and that's exactly
right.
LJ,
so
if he doesn't know the end result, is he all-knowing?
Right. Let me take it to a really basic, really basic, and please excuse the analogy of this because it is really basic and it may not work. It may not land in the way that kind of I want it to land in. It
Ready, monitor LJ.
But let's say you're watching. You rent a film, or you go to Netflix and you watch a film. Okay, that film has already been produced. You are just watching the outcome of what is already being produced. Now, the producer already knows the outcome of that film. You're just watching it on a timeline of point A to point B, right? You're watching it from that. But the producer, the one that, or the creator, as Baz likes to say, has already seen the film. So he knows the beginning from the end. He knows how it goes, right? So he's watching it from a different point of view than you. You're in the film. You're watching the film as it progresses second by second. Just because God has seen the end of the film does not necessitate that he made the end of the film in the sense that he wrote it that way. He's allowed the film to go as he wanted it to be. Right, and this is why the film analogy doesn't quite work, because obviously the creator writes it all.
LJ, I've heard this argument before. The problem that you're making here is that you're talking about an observer,
right?
Not a writer, not a dictator. If they're just
observing, I don't believe God is a
then
dictator.
what you're saying is true. It's completely right. But if the person is dictating what happens, i.e., the all-powerful part,
No, but
then
God is not
totally
dictating
irrelevant.
what's happening.
Just because
You're getting it wrong.
does not necessitate that they
Like,
have.
I'm going to say this again real slow. All-powerful.
Right.
Yeah, doesn't mean you dictate things.
What does
what you're misconstruing is a tyrant.
Right.
God is not a tyrant. You're looking. Go ahead.
Powerful mean to you, John? Does that mean when you say all powerful? Does that mean that God is that dictator that has set the timeline out, and it has to follow the timeline that God has already set? Is that what you mean?
That's actually a really good question.
Exactly,
well,
because God is not a tyrant.
My conception of all powerful is that only things that they want to happen.
Right. So let's say that God wants the world to act the way that it is, because what he wants is a free will world. That's the way that God has created it. That's what he wants. He doesn't want a world where everybody just believes in him because he is. That isn't love. That isn't choice. That isn't a free creation. So he has created it in such a way that it fulfills the way that he wants people
completely
to come.
Unparsimonious.
I beg your pardon?
Why?
That's God could just want you to have free will. Why give him all power? Like,
what do you understand by all power? That's why it's really important to get your.
Somebody that has all power, and that somebody who is going to dictate how he utilizes that power and says, right, I have all power, you will all do as I say. That's just because I have all power does not mean that I have to implement that.
I have to exercise it,
upon you and say that you must believe in me or you must follow me. I have all power, which means that I can create the world in the way that I want to create. But what I have done is I have created a world in such a way that allows you to have the free will, because it is the only way that you can have free will is for me to not dictate and put my full power upon you, because otherwise you do not have free will. And right. I want you to have free will because I want you to choose me rather than me make you choose me. There's a difference.
God has or is all powerful, but chooses not to be all powerful and chooses us to let us just live our lives the way that we would ordinarily live our lives.
Right.
And do you know what that is called? Do you know what that is called?
Hang on. Created a world in such a way that allows you to have the mind and the free will that you have right now.
So this is just now an intellectual exercise for claiming that God's all powerful with no evidence that God, or no proof, or Like you just go, yeah, God's all powerful, but he chooses not to let us know that he's all powerful.
Then what the question is, when did you read the last Bible? When was the script? When did you read the scriptures? When was the last time you read the scriptures?
But all power, he's created. He's the power that he has. What power do you? Could he make a square circle? Could he make a square circle?
No, it's logical
right.
impossible.
Okay, so there would be points that he is limited by his own logic. It is
no. I think the question you want to ask is, can God lie?
It is illogical that God could create a world where free will would exist, where he would impose all power upon it.
It does seem, and I don't want to, but MN, you just said that God could create a square circle.
Yeah, God can make a square into a circle.
No.
Yes, he can.
No, that is an actual impossibility.
No, it's not impossibility. Not at all.
Things are possible with the Creator.
It said in Egypt that he turned the water into blood. Two different chemical components. Two different chemical constructs.
Oh, no,
You're telling me he can turn blood into water or water into blood, but he can't make a square into a circle?
No, there's a difference, Baz, between
Please
making
tell
a
me,
square
LJ.
into a circle, which he could do. You take a square, you round the edges and make a circle. You can do
That's what I'm saying.
You can change one element into another. What John is saying is that you can't make both at the same time. You couldn't have a squared circle.
I could take a piece of wire that is a square, and I can bend it into a circle. I can do that.
I would agree.
That doesn't mean that I have godlike power.
No.
Have you seen the Jewish star? What is it? It's a couple of triangles, isn't it? It's a couple of triangles put into each other. If you go from the top of each point and you mark it, what do you get? A circle. But you're saying that can't be done because it's just two squares put together. Yeah. I'm saying to you, nothing is impossible for God. You're saying no. The only thing which is impossible for God is for him to lie. That is it. He will not lie.
Hang on. Firstly, let's slow down a little bit here.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm not convinced.
Focus on that.
I think when I say that you can't turn a square into a circle or a circle into a square, yes, I could take a piece of wire and bend it into a different shape. What I'm telling you is that they are logical, mathematical, like they are contradictions. You cannot have a square circle. They are mutually exclusive and jointly exhaustive. You can't have the two things in the same space at the same time.
Right.
Listen, we've got Siamese twins. We've got Siamese twins or quadruplets.
Don't tell the Trinitarians that.
Oh, sorry about that. But we've got Siamese twins or triplets. You're telling me that three things cannot equate in the same time.
Right, John. What you've actually just pointed out is what I would, which is what the argument that I was trying to present. You've just said you can't make a square and a circle, a squared circle. You can. I agree. I'm going to agree with you on that.
I disagree, but I'll keep quiet. Go ahead.
I'm going to use your exact same logic and say that God cannot create a world where free will exists, where full omniscient power is implied upon it that dictates the way that you must be. So God has to. Although he is all powerful, he cannot, because it would be illogical to create a world where free will would exist, where the full dictation of God would also exist. Right? That would be illogical. So the world that God has created is a logical world where free will can exist. It is the only world that free will and logic can exist at the same time.
So this is going to seem like a really facetious question, but why and how?
What do you mean, why and how?
Well, why is it that only a God-created world can give us free will?
Oh no, I didn't say
why?
Only a God. Only a God created world can give free will. I said the way that an all-powerful God could create a world where free will exists is that he does not dictate how we believe and how we act. So he cannot make us puppets and give us free will at the same time. That would be illogical. That is a squared circle. You can't do that. So he has to give free will and to allow us to live in a world where free will exists. So he has chosen to create a world where you have the free will to believe or not believe, to rob a bank or not rob a bank, to do good or not do good. So he has created the world in the way that free will can exist.
Right.
And he couldn't create it in any other way where free will would exist.
Can I not do anything that God didn't want me to not do?
You can do anything that God doesn't want you to do. God tells
no. Can
us,
I not do anything that God doesn't want me to not do? So it's double negative.
Give an example of what you mean.
Yeah.
Well, so the negative is that I've just told you that if I have free will, I can't be told to do it by a God. So you just conceptualized it in the negative. So I'm going to do it in the double negative, which means can I not do anything that God doesn't want me to not do?
No, that's your choice not to do it, though.
But it still would be a choice to do it. It's still
But it's the same argument. Like I mean, how many?
There.
But you've
choice to do that.
All you've done is tell me that God doesn't not want me to do this thing that I didn't want to do in the first place. Like,
listen, if you want to go and have relationship with a sheep, you know, you can do that. But I wouldn't advise you to go and have a relationship with a sheep because it's not. No, but you're saying, God said don't do this. But you say, can you not do what God wants? I'm saying to you, you can do whatever. If you want to go into the atmosphere without a breathing apparatus, even though the laws of physics, because there is a law which God has set, you can do whatever you want, but the outcome of everything is going to be upon you. And then you'll say, well, God, why? No, you chose not to listen to the rules because everything has got a law. And then this is the important thing. If everything has got a law, guess what there must be? A law giver. If everything is made, if you've got a chair, why have you got a chair? You got a chair there because it's there for either sitting on or standing on. So there's a purpose. You said no, there's no purpose for things. I'm telling you, everything that exists in this lifetime, in this planet, is a purpose. Trees, photosynthesis, water, whether it's the sea or not, it's either for habitation of animals or for us to drink. Fruits, well, it's got no purpose. Why do we go and pick up fruits and eat it? Oh, because automatically we found that it's beneficial and it sustains us. Then there must be a purpose for it. Give me one thing. Don't talk about space. Don't talk about the other planets. Right. Give me one thing on this planet here that has no purpose according to your scientific understanding, and I'll tell you it has. Go on, give me one thing.
I don't think there really is anything that doesn't have a purpose.
There we go.
I think there's nothing that we humans can look at, perceive, that doesn't have a purpose, because we are the ones that imbue purpose.
Who made it for us to have a purpose then?
No, you're implying a purpose giver.
Well, you're implying that it's got a purpose then.
No. We give it purpose. We don't
give it a purpose. I'm sorry to disagree. We don't give it a purpose. The purpose has been put there for us already. Now, whether now we start tapping and meditating, oh, what can I do with this? Because indeed, paper, you can make a chair out of paper, but is it sustainable? You can use paper to make a chair, but is it sustainable? No. So the purpose of paper...
That's a real bad example, because we were challenged to make a chair out of paper, and we successfully did it.
Yes. How long will it last for?
Well, not very long, but it would be sustainable because you
But that's
can,
what I said.
regrow trees and
But that's what I said, that you can make it out of paper, but is it sustainable? That was my last question. Is it sustainable? No, it's not. So the purpose for paper is not even papyrus. Back in the olden days, they used to write in papyrus. Yeah,
Well-
you can, but is it sustainable? No, it's not. So we choose, things are there, and we have the ability to be ingenuitive. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Where do we get this programming to be ingenuitive from? What, all of a sudden, from being a caveman and finding light and coming out of Plato's cave and finding all of a sudden how to make fire, then what, X amount of millions of years? I tell you what, an amoeba is still an amoeba and never became an hydra. A hydra is still a hydra and hasn't grown from that. An ape is still an ape, which has been there millions of years, thousands of years. Okay, so with regards with the evolution and all these things they got their purposes. No, they can evolve from one atom to another atom. It hasn't happened. And if anybody says it has happened, they are a liar. It has never happened. An ape has remained an ape. A pig has remained a pig. An amoeba has remained an amoeba. A hydra has remained a hydra. All these elements still exist from when it was what? Created. We were created to be humans, to dominate animals, to dominate the world. And when I use the word dominate, I'm not using in the word of tyrannical, because the original understanding of dominate means to rule over, not in a fashion of what we see it. Now, if you're someone which I believe is of my age, I believe we're both roughly of the same generation, at least, you must understand that, or you should understand that we have seen so much things change, especially when it comes to understanding in science, understanding in biology, understanding in human anatomy. We're beginning to understand things. And guess what? You and I have only got 10 scores, was it 3 scores and 10? And then guess all the knowledge we've written and things we put down, once it disappears, somebody will start all over again. They'll start and then they'll have the same arguments as you and I are, because the knowledge is being kept away. Instead of growing, it's being kept away so that human beings are in the same quandrum. We keep arguing about the same things. We keep fighting about the same things. Oh, these people are bad. Oh, those people are bad. And we're in a perpetual loop. But the only thing that can free us from that loop, it is the scriptures. It is the word of God. Now, if you don't want to believe that there is a God, but you seem like you are grappling, and I commend you if you're sincerely grappling. So if you're sincerely grappling, dispatch of all the things which you've got and start thinking like a real scientist. I am a scientist. I've got my own business. I needed to structure this business from conception to where it is. It didn't just happen by way of poof, magic. I understand that there's laws governing my business as there's law governing my body. If I don't go out to the toilet in time, guess what one of those laws will be? I will defecate on myself. Or in fact, if I want to have progenies, I will have to find a woman. If I want to find a woman, I have to be in a specific place. There's laws governing every action. If things just came to be, then we're just in chaos. But there is no chaos. There is order. Sorry, Freddie, go ahead.
Well, all the laws that you just referred to would be peristalsis, I think, which would be the contracting like one sphincter after another. It governs almost everything our bodies do, but still.
Excellent. So you agree that those laws exist?
Hey, I do need to end soon because I need to get ready for my road trip.
I hope
you're
you're
going
not
on a road trip, Freddie.
Yeah.
Down to the Carolinas.
Down to
Nice.
Carolina. How you
Oh
doing,
man,
fella?
just doing good, man. Doing really good. You know, sun out gives me the testimony of God's creation and the trees. Just like Romans 1 says, you know, this is the thing. I think a lot of this stuff is a mystery, right? And that's where faith comes in. For someone who's an atheist or agnostic that needs more, the problem is at some point you're just going to have faith, because there's nothing that we could show you from would be a tangible thing that's going to prove to you that Jesus rose from the dead. So at the end of the day, we can give all the explanations we want, but the thing is, do you have that faith? And the Bible, to me, isn't meant to be a textbook. You know what I mean? It's meant to be it's a book of Revelation. It's a family story. So, sure, you can go and maybe take apart certain parts that don't measure up to modern science, but it's not meant to be read that way. I do believe in the story of creation, Genesis, absolutely. But for gentlemen, the gentleman, I don't know your name, but for you,
Well,
it may just take that leap of faith at the end of the day.
I'm not arguing against the benefit that it could provide, but I am ultimately a skeptic, and I need something that I can grab onto that is like a real world hook that is going to pull me in. And frankly, I just don't.
Hey, John.
Sorry.
We have examples in the scriptures where people saw miracles firsthand, and ultimately wasn't even enough to believe in God or believe in Jesus. We have an example with Thomas. He heard what somebody just said ago, Baz was saying about the resurrection of Jesus. It's something you either believe or you don't. Thomas was with Jesus. He knew he died. He heard the word that Jesus has been risen from the dead. But Thomas didn't believe. He said, I will not believe until I see him, until I see the nail holes in his hand and the hole in his side. He didn't believe. He had to see. So when he did finally see him, one of the best passages ever is that Jesus tells him, because you see me, you believe. Blessed are those that believe but do not see. We have to have faith. We have faith and hope in the unseen. We're not going to have faith and hope in the things that we see. So it comes down to a faith issue. That's something that you're grappling with, and the way that like LJ was kind of assessing you, as I tend to agree with that, and the way Baz is as well. You're fighting that. You're fighting to conform God to you instead of you having faith to believe this almighty powerful creator in the way that we are to receive it by scripture. And
So,
I hear that a lot
Freddie,
by certain atheists.
Freddie,
You have to prove to me
Right.
that there's God exists. Seeing isn't going to make you believe. We already have examples of that. It's going to be within your heart and your faith to receive it.
Hey, Freddie,
So,
let me ask the gentleman a question. Can I? Go ahead.
If a God exists, and I stress if, this God would reveal himself to me through the physics of our universe. This God,
I have an answer for you.
I can't, everything that I do, everything that I am, everything that we, you, everybody else is, I can account for the vast majority of almost all. I can account for almost all of it. I am an imperfect observer. so to reduce
That's a
it
contradiction, then, John. You can't be
So-
an imperfect observer and believe that everything you see is right, but
no,
yet,
of course you can be an imperfect observer. You're
John,
an
can I
imperfect
ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Do you believe that there's room for mystery in terms of
Yeah,
the
of
world
course.
being created?
We're not
There's
doing
room for
Trinity.
that.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
yeah, okay. So can you be at peace with not figuring everything out as it relates to
Well, I have to be.
the Jesus question, right?
No,
Because
Yeah, but so
sorry.
you
Yeah,
can't figure
I
everything
have to
out
be.
now with the state that you believe with science and everything. You can't even figure everything out now. How
No,
things
of
come
course.
to existence.
John, I'm a Christian, right? And I don't know, like I couldn't get Genesis and probably match it up perfectly with modern science, nor would I try to, because in the scripture, for me, it says there's things that God has revealed to us that are for us, and things that God has not that's for Him, and that's how because at the end of the day, would you agree that on the superficial level, when you look at creation, would you agree that it appears, at least on the surface, to be intelligent design?
No,
Not even on the surface.
no.
wow. That's why I
Yeah.
asked you about purpose. That's why I said about purpose. And
So the problem that I have in large part is to do with how we understand how different atoms, literally the atoms, the periodic table was created. Like, if Genesis was true, then water existed before hydrogen atoms. And water is made of hydrogen. That's like telling me that a house existed before bricks.
Well, can I
It's
tell you
not
something?
possible.
Yeah, can
Now,
I tell
John,
you
have
something?
you used this argument with people? And I'm sure you have. When people tell you that something can't come out of nothing, have you raised the retort? Well, how did God come about? Right?
Well, yeah. So it's the Kalam argument. The Kalam argument is a stupid argument. It's a ridiculous argument, and it doesn't really begin to make sense because it doesn't really have a beginning. But still,
Yeah, but because
go on.
nobody can answer that. That's the logic in actually answering that question, because nobody could actually answer it. Otherwise, we would in ourselves be some type of a god, knowing how God came into existence. We can't answer it. But
So
let me give you
what's the Kalam, Freddie?
what?
The Kalam. Can you tell me what the Kalam is?
I can't hear you clearly.
So what's the Kalam cosmological argument?
You tell me. I don't remember the word.
All things that begin to exist have a cause. The universe began to exist, therefore the universe has a cause. The Kalam.
Yeah, but see, so
that's
many things with science is theory. That's
Yeah.
the point with it. It
That's
doesn't have an
something-
answer.
that's something like William Lane.
Everything's theoretical. Everything's theory. But see, with God in and of itself answers everything. But it
But
requires faith. But even in scientific theory, you still have to have faith, and you still don't have answers because it's all theory.
It's a presupposition. Like,
Well, there
you
you go.
reduce your number of presuppositions. Like, you reduce the number of presuppositions as much as is possible.
Yeah.
It's Occam's razor.
But
Reduce the
all science
presuppositions.
does, see, science actually has evolved, it's changed, so it's not secure in what it defined when man pretty much even developed science. It's changed, it's evolved, but with God it doesn't. We have that. It's just a belief. But look, I need to end soon, but I'm gonna give you an answer, but people like yourselves would just simply deny it, and that's fine. People can deny it. Now look, the way, because it's based on you need to have some type of evidence, and that's why I said the Thomas thing for sure, because people want evidence and they still don't believe. So the evidence really isn't the answer and solution for some people. They still see and they rejected it. But here, nothing is really in these conversations is as powerful as personal testimonies. Now, again, people can reject it. Now, what I mean by that is, I had a former time of being an alcoholic. I drank for many years. And through those years, my liver became very damaged, and it was way over the mathematical parameters of a good, normal functioning liver. And there wasn't any hope for me that I thought about, well, I guess I'm going to be dying in the coming years. Who knows how long? It was damaged. Surgery was not going to fix it. Perhaps a liver transplant, perhaps, but I wasn't even contemplating that. But my point is this, is to prove God exists because I prayed. I prayed to my God, the Father. And guess what? I was healed. I went to the doctor and he was just in awe because of where it was mathematically with numbers that was given. And when the blood test came back, it came back to right in the middle of a normal functioning liver. That wasn't science. That wasn't medication. That wasn't a doctor's skill or talent or any kind of surgery. It was prayer to the Almighty God and my faith. And that's my proof that a God exists. Now, people have said, well, that's just your personal thing. But it doesn't matter. Even if people reject it and don't believe it, I'm good with it because I believe it because I have facts and proof that it happened. It occurred. I was in pain. It was bad. I had constant pain.
Oh.
Okay, that pain is gone. My liver's like brand new. I'm 69 and I damaged it over years. Now it's like I have a brand new liver. The tests prove it. I actually have written numbers to prove it. And I have my words telling you, because I'm not lying, and I experienced what I experienced, and I have no more problem with my liver. I have no more pain.
Well, whilst I'm glad to hear that your liver has recovered, you know that the Chinese used to call the liver, they used to call it the organ of anger because you could abuse it and it would heal itself. And that is still true today.
Is that your answer? I'm familiar with all the Chinese stuff. See, I didn't do anything for it to heal on itself in that time period. There wasn't a lot of time period for something to heal itself.
You can break a bone and the bone can heal itself in due time. So the Creator made us as healing machines. You can't use that as an example. You can create. Your teeth can heal. Broken teeth can regrow.
Stop. Firstly, you can't rip out an incisor and your body won't grow a new incisor. So the revelation that the teeth will.
How do you know? How do you know?
Are you out of your goddamn mind? Like,
yeah, I am. Have you heard about the Chinese? Have you actually heard about the Japanese? Not Chinese, Japanese findings, which has been going on for the last, I think, 5 years, where incisors have been ripped out or not ripped out, have fallen out, and they've just changed the sequence of the code, and it's been grown. It's grown. Have you heard about that? Have you heard even about how now they've gone into the DNA and they're now reversing wrinkles to slightly more youth? Have you heard about that? No, you haven't. So I am crazy.
There were worse than winkles. Jesus. Yeah. Like, I mean, my God.
Okay, so listen, it's okay. You can mock, just like I'm saying. And Freddie eloquently said, science, when we say science means knowledge. Knowledge grows as more people start developing or start looking into the DNA sequences, RNA sequences. People, knowledge grows, but you have all the knowledge already. So who am I to argue with you when you've got everything?
Yeah.
No, I definitely don't have everything. I'm an ignorant person wandering through this world. The problem is that at least I know that I'm fucking ignorant. At least I don't know what I don't know. You
Then
guys
why do you
think
not?
that you think that you know, like think you've got all the answers. Like,
No, we don't. We're not saying that. We're just saying we believe in God because we have actually experienced the supernatural. That's the
Actually,
point.
I think that with all due respect, John, I think it's been stated here, and I said it earlier on. We don't have all the answers. That is,
Right.
that is why I even. I mean, have you read, and maybe you have you studied the works of Stephen Mayer?
no,
Do you know who Stephen Mayer is?
no.
Okay, so I would recommend going reading The Return of the God Hypothesis, Darwin's Doubt and Signature in the Cell by Stephen Mayer. He is it's called Intelligent Design, the kind of group that he's put together. It's a scientific group. So I would recommend reading some of his work or engaging with some of his work, which is available online. He's far more knowledgeable on that particular topic than what we would be here. So I think it's it's a naughty accusation to say that we all claim to know everything. What we have all acknowledged that we have faith in God, that there is an element of faith. But when it comes to, I understand about the Kalam argument of William Lane Craig, but if that's not convincing as something that you want to engage in, that's fine. You don't have to engage in his argumentation. But one thing,
well, in fairness, if you're going to go for the Kalam, I definitely
I didn't point out the Kalam. You did. I'm just saying.
I know I did.
Yeah.
But William Lane Craig's version of the Kalam is terrible.
Yeah, I'm not saying. I'm just saying that he would be the one within the creation kind of position that really focuses and argues for that position. I'm not saying, but none of us have actually really gone into that in any depth as a proof of God. I don't think any of us really would be arguing deep within a biological set and scientific argumentation for God. I think we would all acknowledge that there is a faith element within our beliefs. It certainly wasn't science that convinced me that there was a God that existed. It was something far beyond a scientific method. But when it does come to the scientific position, as Freddie did point out, and I know that you know, that science is a movable school,
yardstick.
Yeah, that moves within the realms of what we kind of work on at any particular time, that kind of works within that scientific model. Now, what we know today is only what we know today. It does not necessitate truth. It is a point that we are at this particular moment, which is completely different from somebody 1,000 years ago.
Amen.
Using the scientific method. Now, what you know today, what you think you know today,
tomorrow
could be completely wrong tomorrow, and in 1,000 years you might be completely way off target of where you are. You are only using the scientific method as it is today. But there are two things that you cannot prove through scientific method, and has not been proven, that a universe can come from nothing. There is a postulation of what would be and how it would come about, but it hasn't been. You cannot scientifically show that, and it hasn't been scientifically proven that you can create a universe without some kind of intelligent mind behind it. And abiogenesis certainly has not been proven. So what you are doing is you're utilizing a scientific model that is already biased, because it has already taken two presuppositions that already have to have happened in order for the scientific model to work.
You know what?
Wow,
Exactly.
that was
You
good.
want a good example of this, like I said, about how science has evolved, because I believe scientists themselves make things fit for their, as they continue. Because when I was a child growing up in school, the theory was that man evolved from apes, from monkeys, from primates. That is no longer a scientific theory
What?
belief anymore.
Are you? Who said that people evolved from fucking
Charles
monkeys?
Darwin and the rest of the Darwin
Yeah,
theories.
Darwin. But please refrain from the F word and cussing as best you
Sorry.
can. There's okay. This is a Christian
No,
station.
yeah,
There's
no,
okay.
I
It's not that
sincerely,
I'm a man, but it's not about me. I can deal with it. I was horrendous with it, but there's women, there's mothers, there's children. Let's be more respectful.
no, fair enough, and I do apologize.
Yeah, you've already destroyed the little kids listening in about Santa Claus, so let's not destroy any more.
Oh, no,
yeah.
And ruined you've ruined my
pre-signaled
day.
that like as much as I could. Like I warned
you've
everybody.
absolutely ruined my day on that. You're going to be telling me that Tooth Fairy doesn't exist next, but
Well, I told you that last week, El. That's what I said.
I know. I'm very disappointed. I'm not happy. I don't believe it. You need to scientifically prove to me that the Tooth Fairy does not exist. Thank you.
So
No,
again, it really comes down to faith, John. We're not. Look, these discussions can be fruitful, and they can just be just like everything else. That it's like just argumentative and a debate and back and forth. But the best thing that I'm gonna again suggest to you, ultimately, it's just going to be between you and God, between you having a conversation with God, asking if there is a God. You're going to have to reach out. No, the smartest, brainiest, intelligent man isn't going to talk with you on this science and stuff and convince you. It's not going to. A man is not going to convince you. It's going to be up to you and God. That's it. That's the bottom line. All these conversations could be entertaining, but it's really not going to solve anything within you, within your heart, within your mindset. It's ultimately going to come to you deciding to make a decision and say, you know what, I'm gonna just go out there and talk to God and say, God, however people do that, because I didn't really go from that way. Like LJ was saying, I didn't come to believe in God with science. I had my own personal spiritual belief and understanding. But I did come to God, and I cried out to God. And another aspect of proof, it's spiritual. See, there's a spiritual, supernatural element in this, that you can literally experience a supernatural feeling that come upon you with certain things at certain times, depending on certain events. But again, you could just write it off, and you cannot believe it, and that's fine. But see, you're not going to experience that if in fact it's true, unless you actually humble yourself. And I mean that with respect, because I don't mean it in a prideful way. But the point is you're going to have to lay down your guard and lay down all of this belief that you have. You're fighting against yourself is what you're doing. and just go out and just say, I'm going to go all out and I'm going to give it my sincere seeking diligently for God, no matter what. That's the ultimate answer. Not a scientist, not the president, not anybody is going to do it for you. Not a pastor, not a priest, not the Pope, nobody. Only you.
Freddie, go ahead.
I'm just going to say to John, and I'll bow out after this. I will say, I do appreciate that John is here, and
Yeah,
he's,
likewise.
he's asking questions and everything. It is a long time being taken up on one particular topic, and as long as it's not every day, that's fine. And I do appreciate, if he's searching for God, then awesome, because that is I think the first thing that you need to be at least open to the fact that there's a God and genuinely be searching. So kudos for coming here and engaging. I would recommend John to say, at least engage with somebody like Stephen Meyer's work, who is without doubt somebody that is far more knowledgeable on the scientific sense than what any of us here are. And his work is at least something that is acknowledged within the scientific. Whether they agree with it or not is another thing, but it's at least he is somebody that is acknowledged within the scientific world as being somebody that presents argumentations for scientific argumentations for God. So I would say to you, at least maybe buy one of his books, or he's got huge amounts of work on YouTube where he discusses with other scientists. You may reject that, but at least acknowledge the work that he's done and say, right, okay, well, I did view it and I didn't agree with it, but that would be my first step. Somebody that is beyond our level, at least.
Yeah, amen. Well,
John, sorry, Freddie. John, quick question. And thank you, LJ. I felt what you were saying. It's better that you align yourself, if you're that intellectual, with those people who are probably on the same par as you, who can explain what. So I really agree with what you're saying now. John, my question to you is, do you think that the scriptures is inspired?
Well, I think some parts of them are beautiful. I think some parts of them are they give us some moral teachings, but I generally tend to view them as poetry, not literal, if that makes sense.
It does. So let's put it this way, because you are in the building industry, etc., and you eloquently, gave us an example of stuff which you do and what it consists of building. Do you think Genesis chapter 1 is inspired?
No.
Really?
No.
Why do you not think so?
You don't want to know what I think of Genesis.
yeah,
So,
no worries.
So sorry, Fred. I know you said you got to go, so I just want to tap in. So you disagree the nature of before photosynthesis starts, there needs to be light when light comes into it, and then you want to make an aquarium or vivarium for your animals or your pets to live in, you need to put you need to clear out the dust and then put some form of tree that will or plants that will start generating oxygen. And then when you've done the oxygen, then you, because you've got the land and the tree, do you think that is all wrong then?
Start with what happened on day one.
It depends what you're talking about. Day one, he said, "Let there be light."
Let there be light.
Mm.
So what's light made of? How
No,
does light come to be?
It depends which light you're talking about. Go ahead, Freddie.
no, I'm good. I'm good. Go ahead.
It depends
So
which form of
how
light you're talking about.
yeah. So light is photons, right?
Mm. Mm-hmm.
And photons come from a light source.
Mm-hmm.
So what source did the lights come from?
From the creator.
Thank you.
But hang on, the creator just created light. He didn't create the light source. He just created light.
Yeah, but he's the
Mhm.
Right,
creator.
what happened? What happened on day 2?
So you want him to say, let there be a light source, then, but the question is, what light are you talking about? This is why I asked you. My question was, what light are you talking about? It was a specific question.
No, but what you're asking me about my conception of what happened through creation, right?
Go ahead.
I'm not asking you to agree with it. You just
No,
asked me what
I'm
happened.
not. I'm just saying. I asked you for your opinion. You said light. Which light? Then I ask you, which light source are you talking about? Because there's 2 light sources. So go ahead.
So we've now got a special light source.
Why can't there be? Go ahead.
And we've got light that comes from nowhere, right?
Go ahead. Yep.
So day 2, what happens next?
Where am I? And God went on to say, sorry, Freddie. I know you said you want to go, and I don't want to hold you hostage, but
No
bear
worries.
with me.
No worries. No worries. Just go ahead.
No, it's
Okay.
fine. So according to
It said,
scripture, day 2.
let there be light, and light came to be. And God saw the light, and it was good. And he brought forth a division of light, dark, and night and day, or light and darkness.
I just want to point out, by the way, that the sun and the moon are sources of light. They are not light as itself. Light exists outside of
No,
the
the
sun and the
sun
moon.
is a source of light.
It is a source
The
of light.
moon reflects light.
Right. Okay.
It's not a
So-
source of light.
Right. Okay. So it's not it is a source of light in the sense that it reflects light. So light comes from the moon. Not directly, but indirectly. It becomes a source of light for us as a reflection of the source of light that it
But
comes from.
it's not. It's not like a sun. It's not like a.
No, I know.
That's what LJ is saying. He agrees with you. So
Yeah.
let's
But
move
again,
on. He agrees with you. We all agree.
The sun is still just a source of light. It is not what light is. Light exists outside of the sun. We have light that does not come from the sun in the universe. Light is in existence besides the sun.
The sun expending photons? Is it ejecting photons?
Right.
So-called, so with the science, that's what they say, yes.
More photons than it absorbs.
Okay, but light would still exist if the sun didn't.
Agreed.
Right. So the sun is just a source of light. It is not light itself, as in the sense that when God says let there be light, light is it wasn't the sun that was created in that time. It was light. What light
energetic
is.
An energetic photon is an expression of high energy physics.
Whatever it is, it's still light, not the source of light. Your question was about the source of light, and LJ eloquently just answered you by saying that if you're talking about the source of light in the second instance, even the scriptures goes on to say the source of light. So we've now got 2 different lights. This is why I asked you, which light are you talking about?
We don't have 2 different lights.
No, we do have 2 different lights, because LJ you yourself just turned around and said, look, okay, then if the sun wasn't there, there is still a source of light around. So it's not the sun. You are just, you don't want to believe. I'm hearing you. You just don't want to believe.
Yeah. That's what I'm gathering.
It's not that I don't want to believe. It's that I understand how a sun works.
Really? You understand how the sun works?
Yes.
Tell us.
Wow.
So
How does our sun work?
is a giant fusion reactor, and it is
How far is it?
fusing hydrogen, helium into hydrogen,
Mhm.
which is a lighter element into a heavier element.
Are you sure?
What does that? How
Yes.
does that mean? What does that mean in the relationship to
No,
there being a god?
before he answers that question, LJ, I asked him, are you sure? You said yes. Remember earlier on in the conversation, I said nobody. They said you said that the center of the world is magma or something like that. And I said, look, we don't even know how what is in the center of the earth, because the furthest we've dug is around 8 miles to 21 miles. But according to you, and even penetrated, okay. But according to you, it's was it iron magma or whatever it is. This is fallacy, because we don't know, so they're guessing. Now you're coming to the sun, and now you're saying you know. I'm telling you, it's all guesses. Everything you have speculated is not facts, it's guesses. And sometimes guesses are presented to us as facts, just like evolution was presented to us as facts, just as the junk DNA was presented to us as facts. And then you lap it up and you say, yes, this is the truth. My friend, you don't have the truth. You're dealing with assumptions. Am I lying, John? Am I lying in what I said? What is the furthest we've dug onto the planet? Tell me, what is the furthest?
I don't think you're lying. I think you're just wrong.
Okay, so if I'm not lying, then I'm wrong. I'm asking you, what is the furthest we've dug into the planet?
About 8 miles. Or
Okay.
16 kilometers.
Okay. 8 miles, 8 kilometers. So at least we've got an accordance. Now you're saying I'm not lying, I'm just wrong. But I wasn't wrong in what I just said, because you just agreed with me. You just agreed with me. So how is it then we can turn around and say that the center of the earth is molten lava when we don't even know? And before you turn around and said, "Oh, we've got radars," this speculation was made before it was made around the 1920s or earlier, when they didn't have even the technology. So please tell me, when we didn't have the technology and they were printing all these information, how did they get that information when they only dug at least 8 kilometers or 8 miles? I hope that question made sense. I'm asking you about facts, which you not about truth, which you take as, well, yes, this is what it is. Molten lava is causing this, and we don't know. But you will spew it out as facts. So my question to you is, how do we know what they're saying is true?
So you're asking me, how do we know that the Earth has an electromagnetic field?
No, molten lava. That's the first thing.
No. So I claimed that the Earth had a molten core that was spinning. Right? That was
How do we know?
And you said, how do we know?
How do we know?
And I said the electromagnetic field.
Could it be anything else? Does it have to be that, or could it be anything else?
Yeah, magic.
So you're telling me that there is only one way we could have a magnetic field, and that is by spin.
Now, if I give you a good reason for why the Earth has a solid electromagnetic field, and you don't believe me, so the Earth's core is spinning, right?
How do you know?
My claim. But no, I don't know it.
So you're giving me a hypothesis from yourself.
I've never experienced it, but we use compasses and things like that, you know, like when you were in the Cub Scouts, like the compass points this way or that. And it's very consistent. So that's how consistent we're talking about here. Like the things that the Cub Scouts do with the point this way or point that.
Okay.
And you're telling me that they're wrong.
Okay.
No, what I think he's pointing out is that that he's pointing out that something that is accepted as true is based on assumption that that then works, and so the assumption is taken as that it is proven because the outcome works. Doesn't actually necessitate that the assumption is correct. It just shows that the assumption means that the outcome works. So,
And that's what you said earlier on, LJ. The same thing.
That goes back
Careful.
that we now
It's
take the
reciprocal.
assumption is correct because an outcome works. Now, that doesn't necessitate that another outcome couldn't work or something else could be the answer. It is taken that just that because it works, then that will be taken as the truth. The assumption becomes truth based on an outcome.
And
You then work with that assumption. As I pointed out, the assumption that the world can come from nothing, or I suppose it depends on whether you're going down the lines of the universe coming from a big bang, or now we're going into the multiverse, or other different ways, explanations, hypotheses of how this universe can be without a god. These are all hypotheses of how it could be, and we're taking them as, kind of fact. Abiogenesis is taken as as well, it has to have happened, and so if it happens, BC and it's BCDE can happen, but you haven't proven A first. You've just assumed A, and then you've concluded BCDE because BCDE follow from A. But surely we should prove A first before we say that BCD are truth. No, BCD can't. They just follow from the assumption of A, and they work.
Any assumption could be true,
but it doesn't necessitate that A is correct. It could be, and so those models work, and those models change. Those are constantly changing. And like I said, I pointed out that what we know today is only where we are. That can change tomorrow, and it has done. And the model does change. And it was a theory. Now Darwin's theory has changed, but Darwin's theory was that we did come from monkeys in that sense. Now, today, we would say that there is branches and that we come from a common ancestor. That is slightly different than what kind of Darwin would have postulated. But today, that is only a refinement because really that postulation didn't work. So we've had to come to different assumptions. And the tree assumption kind of does work as a better model than the A to B to C model. The branches work much better. And just because they work doesn't necessitate that they are true. It just means that they work alongside the assumption that A is true. But we still haven't proven A is true. It's assumed that A is true, and the tree now works from the assumption. When we prove A, then we can have this argumentation that the rest of it is truth. No, it is scientific truth in the sense,
but it's not truth.
It doesn't necessitate that it is factual truth or actual truth. It is a scientific truth in the sense that it follows. The outcomes follow the hypothesis. But the hypothesis still remains hypothesis because it hasn't been proven.
So the question is, do you agree with what LJ just said, or is he spewing rubbish? John,
you're off camera or you're on camera.
So I'm not convinced.
Cool.
I don't think I'm not trying to convince you that God exists, and I honestly don't believe that any of us here could convince you. Right, I
Right.
genuinely don't believe that any of us could convince you that God exists. I've got to be honest. When I was atheist, I still use the word atheist, but maybe agnostic would be a more. I'm going to use agnostic from now on, really, because I suppose I was in the position that I didn't know. I did believe that there was no God, but let's go with the agnostic view. Where I was in my belief of, or lack of belief in God, I could not be convinced by you or by Freddie or somebody else. That was not going to convince me. Right. I won't delve into what convinced me, because I don't think that it's relevant to the discussion, because it was a convincing thing for me. But what is going to convince you is the thing that will convince you, and everybody's convictual point is going to be different than somebody else's, and we can only kind of discuss the elements that you're bringing up and put forward our own views on that. You have your views, we have our own views. And that's all we can really do. I feel like.
No, I think you're underselling it. The thing that will convince everybody is a step into truth, not the truth.
Yeah.
The first step into truth that will start changing convictions.
Right. Can I? So John, let me just ask you one question. And I keep saying that I'm going to step out and leave, and I kind of get drawn back in and kind of delve into it a little bit more. And Freddie, I know, wants to go because he's got things to do. So I just want to
just don't turn up on a doorstep.
Yeah, I'm just going to ask you one question regarding the things that is being said. So let's just take the abiogenesis position at the moment. Okay, this
Fine.
Okay, so has abiogenesis been shown and proven scientifically that it is truth beyond a scientific truth? It just is a factual truth that the way that
hang on. Beyond a scientific truth.
You're right. Okay. So what we believe today is a scientific truth that abiogenesis is the reason for biological life to have come about.
Can I recoach this?
Is that what is taught, that abiogenesis is how biological organisms came about?
Let me do it this way. Is it the case that abiogenesis so I do believe it.
Right. You believe it, but has it been proven that it just is a thing, or is it taken as an assumption that it has to have happened, and then the outcomes from that then follow?
Obviously, I don't believe that.
You don't believe what? That the outcomes, that it is an assumption, that you believe that it is a truth.
Yeah, no, I don't believe that it is a truth.
Right. Okay. So
sorry, I thought I was a given going in.
Right. So if abiogenesis is not a given truth, but all of the other factors,
but everything else that I see,
right, they follow. but that still does not necessitate that what you see has come from that point, because they still would follow in the same way as if a creator created and set the rules that you follow in motion. So the input, the A is works in both abiogenesis and creation. If one of those happens, then B, C, D follow. But you haven't proven, or maybe we haven't proven to you that God is the cause of A. But you are still assuming that A is by the abiogenesis. It's still an assumption that has come, and so you are working on a scientific bias because you've already assumed your hypothesis is true because the outcomes follow from it. But we're still in the same position that you haven't, that we both are going to say that point A is from your point is an abiogenesis point of view. And
can I just ask him, do you understand what LJ is saying?
Of course. He's
LJ, I didn't ask you, I'm asking him.
He's smarter than me on all of the scientific side. He understands what I'm talking about.
Can you explain what LJ is saying to me? John, can you explain what LJ is saying to me? Because LJ is speaking Spanish. He normally goes into a Spanish. So your English, I would like to understand what you understand from what he said.
Sorry, one sec. Right, go. What did I miss?
So I'm just asking you, do you understand what LJ was saying? And if you do, can you just break down what he's saying to me? Now, if some parts you missed out, cool. If you can explain what LJ is saying to me, then I know that you are understanding.
LJ's.
Yeah,
he's above you.
Yeah, I'm above you.
LJ. No, I can't. I was busy.
No problem. L.
So,
Do you want to just? Sorry, Freddie. What did you say?
I think Freddie needs to go.
Yeah.
Okay.
So John, yeah, you want to give any kind of your last closing statement, John? You know, because I need to shut down.
No, it's been good. Sorry, one sec.
Yeah, you seem to be preoccupied with something over there.
A dog, actually.
Yeah, that's what I normally get with LJ. I get preoccupied with him as well.
All right. Well, again, I just hope you can take some of what everyone here has said to heart, and the ultimate answer, as I believe, not that it's my opinion, but I base it on scripture, is to go to God. We as believers go to God. We pray to God the Father, and people that are wanting to come out of their life, their darkness, whatever they're in, would still have to go to God if they believe. But all right, well, he left. But anyways, go ahead, you guys, if you want to say something.
Yeah, Elf, sorry about that, but I needed to make sure the guy was understanding what you were saying. Otherwise, you'd have just been speaking into the air. But you made a good arguments, and I need to read more about this abiogenesis because I've fallen slack of it. But altogether, I think it was a different conversation. It was quite interesting. It started allowing me to equip myself in different being versed in different understandings, and I think it wasn't bad. I know it went on for a while, but I don't think it was bad at all. I'm not going to speak with regards to John. He's got his own hang-ups which he needs to deal with, and I think you made a wonderful example that, you know, many things came to you, but you just didn't want to believe. It took something for you to stop being an agnostic, and everybody's got their own fight. And John, if you're listening, this is not a one-hit wonder. It's gonna take what we call faith, similar to you having a client and your client said build this and do this. How do you know that the client is going to pay you at the end of the thingy? Yes, you got an initial deposit. Initial deposit doesn't mean that you're getting the rest of the money. It takes faith. So let's continue. All of us, let's continue to have faith. And I want to say, Freddie, sorry we dragged it on for another hour. Well, I'm not. I really wanted to drag it on for 2 hours, but sorry we dragged it.
Yeah, well, we could have gone on for a while more, but I you know, it's because I have to travel. So
I feel you, and I respect you for that.
I do feel bad. I don't mind going on.
When are you back? When are you back? Because some people, you know,
I should be coming back Saturday night, but I probably won't be going live until Monday, anyways. Usually, so.
Okay. So we're going to LJ's channel. Is that what you're saying?
Well, if he does, or he again, he knows he's free to start something here if he wants. But you know, if he has the time, if he chooses to, not a big deal. Or he can do it on his channel. It's open. He knows it's open. But.
Okay. Well, thank you. El, your turn. Thank you very much, Freddie. Thank you, LJ.
Thank you, Baz. Appreciate it. It's enjoyable.
I'm just gonna point out that maybe I might do a stream sometime over the weekend. I wanted to do one on whether Christians should they should celebrate or acknowledge Easter. I also wanted to delve into the word Easter in the King James Bible in Acts 12:4. And whether that is a mistranslation or should be translated as Easter in that passage.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, so I was just going to do something on that. And
if you don't invite me, El, really, I really mean it. I don't threaten like Gavin because I'm not a threatener. If you don't invite me, El, consider this brotherhood.
If I go live and decide to do it, I'll send you a message. I did send you a message a minute ago, so check your phone. But,
okay, I will.
But I'll send you a I'll send you a link and an invite. I don't know. It's just something I was interested in looking at that. You know, that comment there by Rick Johnson, Easter and Ishtar. Easter's got nothing to do with Ishtar. So I wanted to kind of show that kind of misconception of this Easter coming from Ishtar to be wrong, and whether Christians actually should celebrate, because there isn't like a command to celebrate. I also wanted to do the day that Jesus died as well. I don't know. That's a long one as well, so I don't know if I will bother to do all of it in one go. Maybe do a couple of, depends on what time I've got over the weekend. Yeah, so I probably will do at least, I might do one at least while Fred is away, just to do a live stream or something over the time that Fred is away. Could be good. I should do. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Yeah. But yeah. I said when I first came up, Freddie, I was just going to sit here and listen. And I had stuff to do. Luckily, I have been doing stuff while I've been engaging.
Tell the judge. Don't tell
I
us.
want to say to John, and I know he's coming from the same kind of position as where he was. I don't know if I was so scientific in the sense that I needed God to be proven scientifically. I don't know how you would prove God scientifically either, because if you're not including him as a hypothesis, I'm not sure how you would conclude that. I don't know. So yeah, I don't know if you could, even if it
That's
is
why I said,
possible.
LJ, stop using God. Not to tell you off, but
Yeah,
use
or
creator.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
creator.
it makes a great difference.
I'm not sure that utilizing the scientific model is something that you could prove a God or a creator utilizing the.
No, I disagree. Utilizing the scientific model, you can prove there is a creator. Utilizing the scientific model, you can't prove that there is a God. Because every scientific model tells you that there is a start of everything.
Okay, but they might argue that creator is chance or randomness or time or something.
But then it comes back to what we said.
Beyond.
It can only work if they accept truth. It can only work if they accept truth. How did time come to be? Somebody out of it had to form it. It comes to one point, truth.
But I wouldn't have been convinced. It wasn't the scientific model that convinced me of that there was a God. So it certainly wasn't that. If that's what John requires, then that's what John requires. What I would say is that if there is a God and he is all-knowing, he is all-powerful, if somebody is genuinely searching and God knows all minds and God knows all hearts, if somebody is genuinely searching, and they're not lying to themselves and they're not lying to us, they are genuinely searching, I think that God, as John said, the creator is capable of revealing himself in such a way that would convince an individual of their existence. So it took 2 years from that beginning of my search to the revelation that convinced me that there was a God. I don't put a time span on it. It could be, because during that time, that 2 years, it felt like, well, it won't ever happen. So, but at the time that it happens, then that time finishes. So although it felt like for the first day, second day, third day, we're talking a long time, days after day. Oh, well, today it hasn't been proven. So so tomorrow it may not be proven. But that time could be 10 years. It could be 20 years. I don't know the way that God works in that way. To each individual person. But I do genuinely believe that if God does exist, which I do believe that he does, that he is capable of proving himself to those that are genuinely seeking in a way that would convince that person of his existence. Now, what would prove God to me, like I said, might not be what John requires, but what proved God to me is irrelevant whether it convinces somebody else. It was
not necessarily. You can't say that because everybody's shared experiences opens another door for somebody to have faith. So you can't say that.
What I mean by that is that it is irrelevant to me whether somebody else accepts what convinced me that God exists or not.
Okay,
they might reject my conviction,
Testimony. Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
What convinced me. But God knew what would convince me because he knows me. So he was able to convince me in the way that I would have required, and was to the point that convinced me. I went from one night being an atheist to waking up the next day as a Christian, or at least an acknowledger of that there was a creator.
Oh, you saw me in my glory.
It was seeing you, Baz.
Yeah.
But I came to the conclusion that there was a God, and nothing would convince me otherwise. That there was a. I didn't need anybody else validation of that, and I do genuinely. Arctic Timberwolf. I don't really care whether you believe I'm a Christian or not. It's irrelevant to me. But it's like I say, it's irrelevant to whether somebody else accepts it. And John has a criteria. He has a limit. There is something that will convince him. And I genuinely don't believe that that's me or anybody here. Now we can discuss with him, but I do genuinely also believe that John is
He's not looking for the truth.
His faith, because he has faith in that scientific model, because there is a faith as he I think as he acknowledged in that abiogenesis, there is a faith there that it happened. So he is basing his faith on an assumption that something happened that then created the rest of the where the other things that work.
Science is a faith in itself, LJ. That's why we've established it's not factual. It's just people saying that it happened. It's a faith.
Yeah. But I hope he is genuine. I hope that he is searching genuinely, and I hope that he finds whatever it is that he is searching for. If it is God that he's genuinely searching for, I hope he finds it. If he's not really searching for God, he wants to find something else, I hope he finds that.
Yeah, but it's not.
Search for.
It's hard to hear that you're searching for God, and in the environment in which you work in, God is announcing himself in every orifice, every facet, everything this young man has spoken about. God is announcing himself. It's I think Thessalonians chapter 1 or chapter 4, First Thessalonians talks about it. He's blinded their minds so that they choose not to believe it. And this is what I'm seeing. And I'm not trying to say that John is evil, because I'm not no one to call anybody any form of things. But I can attest to one thing, is that you can't have an ideology of what you've had, the ideology that he has got, without accepting that that's what Hebrews says, for every house there is a maker, and the maker of everything is God. You in an environment in which this guy works in, it's hard for you to turn around that it happened by random. Sorry, go ahead.
That is also a point of view, mind, is that, as I've pointed out many times, even down to just like on the textual receptors, the textual criticism sense in scholarship, if you don't accept secular scholarship, then you're not taken seriously within the model. Within scholarship, you have to take in the secular scholarship. So you kind of use the boundaries that they set. The same within the scientific world. There are boundaries that you have to abide by, and Stephen Meyer has found out. And I would definitely recommend John really truly go and at least engage with Stephen Meyer's work. But Stephen Meyer has found out that you start to bring in the God hypothesis, and you are
And your money starts dwindling.
yeah, you're no longer classified as a scientist, or you know, you're not taken seriously within the scientific world.
So
You
my
have,
question to you, LJ, is why would that happen then? I mean, if it's a free for all to discover the truth, why would you stop giving me money when I bring God into the equation?
because they're not searching for the answers from God, or they're not searching that God is the answer.
Right. It's always
There's
in
an
man.
agenda. Sorry, go ahead, Freddie.
I just it's always in man, within man, from man, by man. They're
So
books.
it's humanist then.
Yeah. But,
God is not allowed to be the answer.
yeah.
Because that means that that he is in control, regardless of whether you want to believe that it's the Bible or not, or whether, you know, he might have, there's a God that created and God died. If you want to, there are so many different aspects to the creation point of view. It's certainly not down to just Christianity. You can believe in a creator without being a Christian, but there are implications of accepting a creator, regardless of what you conclude that if you accept that there is a creator, then all of the other stuff about this world, it disintegrates.
Right.
It goes. We're no longer just randomness of.
But there's a responsibility. And the last part is that you've got someone to answer to, which they don't want.
But there is, we've lost that randomness, and we're no longer just particles that are pieced together
What's it all about?
in a certain way. And the reality is that if all we are is just molecules and particles that formulate a physical form, then whatever I do to you, or
there's
what
no
you do to
repercussions.
me, is just molecules acting on molecules. And really, we are just in the sense of a pure
Energy.
What's the word that it is when it's your own thing. Oh, it begins with S. I can't think of the word.
Satisfaction.
I'll think of it in a second. But what somebody does to another person is just what one person does to another. There is no right or wrong in that. It is, and this is where I need the word. It is pure.
You're not talking about skepticism.
No.
Sensual gratification. No. Sadist. No.
It could be sadist.
Well,
Yeah. Anyway, there is no right or wrong. You are purely doing what benefits you. And in fact, actually, the Darwin theory actually works within me going in and killing Baz and taking all his stuff.
That was Hitler's also analogy. You just want it, go and kill it and take it.
I wanted to
No,
come
seriously.
for you.
well, on that thought,
But I take, if it benefits me, and I'm.
Hold on. Why did you have to go and kill me? Why didn't you go and kill Gavin? Hold on.
I probably, that would have been a better analogy, and you probably would have joined in. But it was, but the fact is that what I do to benefit me is just the survival of the fittest. It is just me making sure that I survive, and by whatever means I need to survive becomes moral in that sense, because it means that I survive. And so
It's subjective, isn't it, to yourself?
Subjective. That's the word that I was looking for. Everything
You
becomes
said it's subjective or objective?
Subjective.
It's subjective.
Oh, subjective.
Yeah, it's subjective in the sense that
It's only
what is
affecting
right and
your
wrong
realm.
now becomes completely subjective to what benefits me. And we might, as a society, say, right, okay, well, murder doesn't benefit the community as a whole. But I disagree, that because I'm not interested in the community. I'm interested in survival, and I'm interested in me, and nothing can, while we can work as a collective, if I don't agree with the collective benefits me, because if I'm not being benefited by the collective, then I have to do what I must do in order to survive. And who says that that is wrong? Because it means that I survive, and it purely is subjective on my basis, because I don't want to work with because if you look at what we have as a world today, we're meant to be working as a collective, and it doesn't work for the vast majority. The vast majority of this world doesn't work within the collective, because actually there are people who are working above the collective to have their own financial gain and their
outside
own
of it.
benefits. Yeah, they're working outside the collective. So if I work outside the collective, then I'm just working alongside the way that they are, just probably doing on a smaller scale. So if I come and rob you, which is exactly what they're doing, then I'm doing nothing different. I'm just surviving because I don't like the way that the collective works for me. It doesn't benefit me. I don't get anything from the collective. So I'm going to go outside the collective, and I'm going to make sure that I survive. And whatever I do now becomes purely subjective. And that's all you have in that model. And what kind of they know that intrinsically, people know intrinsically that murder is wrong. You know that it is. But what makes that wrong? It must be an objective force, or an objective morality that comes outside of the subjective. It must work outside, or otherwise murder just isn't wrong. It is only subjectively wrong. There is no objective morality. It can only be subjective morality.
Well, that's the reason why they go ahead. Sorry, Freddie.
I was just going to say, and on that, I need to close.
Yeah.
Oh,
sorry,
go
Freddie.
ahead.
I apologize.
No worries.
My little rant is over.
I'm gonna just end with a song, the one I opened up with, just for the people that didn't see at the beginning, if they want to still remain and enjoy the song that
Who sang it?
wrote.
LJ did it. Oh God, I'm coming off.
So, anyways, again, thank you guys. I
I
appreciate
don't
it.
want you to listen to it anyway, Buzz.
Yeah, appreciate it.
I prefer Gavin's. Now I'm going to listen to it on the other side. You know I like the songs anyway. Listen, salutations to all of you, and thank you very much for a lovely evening.
Yeah, thank you, Baz. Appreciate it.
Have a safe trip, Freddie. Come back
Yep,
safe.
you too.
What's that?
I said, have a
Safe
safe trip. Come back to us in one piece.
Yeah. All my prayers is with the Father and the Son to come back, Lord willing, in peace, and we can start again on Monday. And all the best to you if you do your little show you were talking about. That sounds good. So I appreciate it. Everybody in the chat, again, thank you for coming and being here and helping out, and your support. And we go to the Father in prayer, as always, and be led by His power through His Spirit. And we'll end the show with this the song, and I'll just end it with that. And I want to say love and peace and blessings to you all, and good night.
I am the voice that called the stars to light, the hands that shake the mountains high. I am Jehovah, ancient and true. My love is endless, my arms for you. Come to the water, leave your shame. I call you child, I know your name. I am Jehovah, the Father above, boundless in mercy, relentless in love. I sent my son, the Lamb and the way, to bring you home, to wipe tears away. I raised the prophets, they spoke my word. Through fire and trial, their voices stirred. I sent the Messiah, the Son of Man, to carry the cross, fulfill my plan. Lift your eyes, see my grace unfold. My name is life, my promise gold. I am Jehovah, the Father above, boundless in mercy, relentless in love. Jehovah, the Father above, boundless in mercy, relentless in love. I sent my son, the Lamb and the way, to bring you home, to wipe tears away.